Well, well, well. Well, 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 well. So, yeah, Mr. Ross, what a time, huh? What a time. So sorry about it. Isn't it awful when you're like, the people like you're supposed to be that close that end up being your worst enemies. It's like, it just doesn't make any sense, you know? I've been reading this amazing book. It's old. It was from 1978. It's about the history of the world for the last 2 million years and how people learned to cooperate and help each other in order to survive. Of course, they also discovered that there was a lot of interfamilial, intertribal warfare between these, you know, small villages and people trying to stay alive. 8,000 years ago, 50, 100,000 years ago, and they showed evidence because there's a lot of male skeletons that have a lot of broken skulls. And it's probably like, what, like they have in, what do they call it? Crimes of passion? I remember I was watching some news program in Los Angeles about 18 years ago, and they said the highest levels of crime were conducted within families, and they called them crimes of passion. When people get enraged and they can't control the other person, the spouse and the parents and the children, or the relatives or the in-laws or something like that, and it gets crazy. So, yeah, Gregory, it's sad that you had to be in that situation. Let me just put the date here. It is the 1st of November, 2020. I'm sure a lot of you are going to be glad that 2020 is going to be over soon. Hi, Nikki. I just saw that. Thank you very much. Okay. I'm just going to put Nikki's over here. Open advice from the guides for Nikki for November and a donation to the group reading for number if there is time. Okay. So let's put something up here for Nikki. Okay. This is a broad reading from the guides. Let's put everybody on board, okay? All, okay? Thank you. Okay. All right, let's have a look here. So, let me just check in with you all. First of all, okay, by the way, because I'm trying to be like more, conscious of marketing and promotions and everything. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Gregory. You have already bought your magic Post-it notes. These are very, very expensive Post-it notes. I do agree, but you do get a free reading when you buy your Post-it note. So for other people out there, if you're watching, especially the new people who seem to arrive much earlier, a little bit earlier, if you want to get a reading, I've got room for a few more tonight. You can donate directly through your own PayPal to the Tarot Illumination email over here. It is a little book about at yahoo.com. Or you can do this thing where you can go to tarotillumination.com and you can go direct over there. There's a kind of you look at the top of the menu, there's a place you can go to donate. Press the orange donate button. It takes you to the PayPal button, which is almost identical to the YouTube Super Chat button, and you just enter your debit card information, and it'll show up here, and just let me know in the chat. Okay. Meanwhile, greetings. Hello. This is Tarot Illumination. So, it is that time of the year. For this particular year, it's a crazy year, some of you know, and in a few days from now, November the 3rd, we've got this anomaly in time where we're having the so-called American general election for the president, and Mercury's going direct at the same time. Uranus is sitting exactly at the top dead center of the midheaven for Mr. Trump. And I have no idea what's going on with Mr. Biden, but it's kind of weird. Everything's kind of weird. I'm sure I'm trying to stay out of it as much as possible, and I've done my best to vote in the way that I can, and I'm voting with my heart. Okay? Yeah. So, some people don't care about voting. Some people basically say it doesn't matter which side you vote, we're screwed anyway. It doesn't matter which side you vote. It's all operated by the Federal Reserve, and the federal government works for the Federal Reserve. Well, I agree. But it's still fun to vote anyway because it's one of the last vestiges that we have of our Constitution. So we might as well make the most of it, okay? Hello, Path. Just do my thing. Okay, I will do that. Yes. Vote with your head. No, great. Vote with your heart, okay? You vote with your heart. You know. All right, so, yeah. Let me get over here again. Just want to get back to this. So, yeah. So, for anybody who's new tonight, thank you very much for being here. I will get back to that in a little while. But for now, I have to get on with the show. We can discuss these things later if you want, or I'll probably do it something else on Wednesday. Right now, I just want to say hello again. Welcome to everyone. It is time again for the world-famous Sunday Night Live Super Chat mini readings. I know it's sometimes a little bit of a this is a public forum, but this is what happens when people have tarot parties and you actually have readings in front of your friends and family and things. So it can be quite revealing. It's also quite fun. Hello, Gabby girl, I see you. Yes, exactly. Vote with your heart. Yeah. So, like I said earlier, if anyone's interested and you want to you want a reading, you've never done anything like this before, you can either go to the super chat box. It's a button right near where you type on the chat, or you can go directly with your PayPal to a little book about at yahoo.com, or you can go over here. You can go, I know it's complicated. You have to kind of leave the show or open up a smartphone or something and do this thing where you find the donate page at tarotlumination.com, and that'll take you directly to the Tarot Illumination PayPal, and then you can just swipe a card. It's just like doing Super Chat. The reason I've started to talk more about donations directly, like through tarotlumination.com or through paypal.com, is because the reality is that it doesn't sound like much, but it's actually a lot of work to do these little shows. And I discovered that the Super Chat process takes about 35% of the Super Chat money. So that's a huge dent in the Tarot Illumination revenue. So I just thought it would be nice to find another way to go. There's other ways too, but for right now, this is what we've got. All right. Hey, I just saw another one come through. Hold on, what's that? Who's that? Path. That's Path Traveler. Just do your thing. Thank you. I will do that. All right, let's have a look. Path Traveler has just bought a very expensive post-it note. But she's getting her free mini reading that goes with it. How nice is that? Alright, let's have a look. I got room for a couple more if anyone's interested. So right now, things are going to start getting a little bit more lively, okay, as we go through November. Mercury's going to be going direct in a couple of days, same time as the election. So you can expect a lot of chaos with the election. And then Mars is going to be going direct at the middle of the month. And so it's like the gates are opening for a lot of forward movement and activity all across the world with everybody. And all we're going to have left is Uranus and Neptune still in retrograde. Now that's still a big challenge, but we will deal with that when we get there. For now, let's just celebrate who we are and what we've got and make the best of it. Now, I was going to do an astrodoodle for tonight, but I thought, you know what? I'm just going to kind of get on with the show here. Let's have a look. So let's have a look here. Yeah, I'm back to normal, but we'll have a little dress-up party later on for fun, but I kind of have to concentrate right now, and it's a little bit hard. Anyway, let's not go there. I don't want to get into politics. We can do all that stuff on Wednesday. Oh my God, it's going to be crazy. This is like a historical time for America, and the rest of the world is watching. It's going to be crazy. Whoever wins, there's going to be chaos. All sorts of contested. Everything will be contested, you know? Okay? Yeah, apparently YouTube takes about 30%, 35%, something like that. So that's a bit of a shocker. I'm trying to do everything I can to keep the channel going right now, so that's why I'm, talking about these other ways to do the donations. Anyway, let's have a look. So, I know. Thank you, Nikki. I know it's a great hat, and it actually fits quite well. Voting was quite interesting. It was very highly organized. There was a big tent. There was about 30 people in line, but it was moving quite smoothly, and everything was all computerized. And there's all sorts of problems that are already showing up with mismatching of signatures and complaints, about Russia and China are interfering, and they're trying to encourage early voting so that the people who have already made up their minds don't have a chance to change their minds at the last minute. So, this is America. I mean, it's been going on ever since we started in America, where you have this whole idea to vote. There's always voter rigging. There's always people who are trying to persuade your vote, or trying to buy your vote, or tell you how to vote, or hustle you or harass you into how you're going to vote, okay? We'll see what happens. Oh my God. Yeah. All right. Let's see who's out there. There's a hello, Gabby girl. I saw you there earlier. I wanted to check. Who was there earlier? Hello, Ivona. Hello, Christy Colden. Hello, Jana M. Jana, you've been here before. I'm pretty certain. And I don't recognize Christy Colden, but greetings. You're welcome. I'm trying to explain how to get a reading in case you're interested. You're more than welcome to hang out and watch, and if you like what you find, then maybe get a reading. That's why most people come here, is to get readings, but some come just for the show, just to hang out and see if the readings pertain to them. Sometimes they do. Gregory's here, Nikki's here, Love Triber's here, Path Traveler is here, and yeah, okay, let's have a look. Alright, so this is an open invitation to new folks. If you want to hang out and you're just a little bit shy, just type into the screen. Let us know who you are. Let us know where you are. As some of you know, I like to know where you are. I'm just kind of nosy like that. So I'm just going to get my little map out because I like doing that. Stay there. I don't know if we've got anybody from Australia or New Zealand or India tonight, or Europe. We'll see. I know it's really hard for the folks over here because it's already like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning over here. It's already Monday. Let's see, Monday late morning, Monday afternoon over here. It's late night over here. We haven't seen Lena from Argentina in quite a while. We had a visit from Mona last week, I think, over here from Norway. But today, right now, Nikki's up here. Ivona is over here. Let's have a look. Gregory's over here. Love Triber's over here. Terra Illumination is over here. Path Traveler's over here. Gabby Girl is, right there. Did I miss anybody? I think I got it. Yeah, so there we go. Let's have a look, see what's going on. All right, now, so you probably noticed that very few notifications are going out, and that's just how it is with the channel now. So it's just luck whether anybody shows up or not. Yeah, go New York, yeah. Tina just arrived, yo! And kept it very, very simple. A little question mark. You've got it. No problem. Let's do that. Here's one here for Tina Miller. We'll keep it open. See where that goes. I'll put that over here. Yeah. Alright, you know what I feel like doing? I feel like just getting started already. And cheers, I'm working on my electrolytes. Yes, I did see Ivona. Yes, I said hello. In fact, Ivona, I think, was the first one here. I'm pretty certain. Okay. Oh, I didn't. Oh, okay. Alright, so I'm going to put this post-it over here. I've got room for maybe a couple more. over here now. And I'm going to get things rolling. Let's get shuffling, people. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I heard some really scary things from my friend. I was talking with one of my dear friends yesterday, and you know, I lived for many years over here in Los Angeles because I used to work in movies and TV and everything. Now I'm over here, my friends were telling me like LA is getting really kind of desolate right now. The whole of Beverly Hills is completely like hunkered down with like barricades and completely shuttered. The whole of Rodeo Drive and all of the big retail spots, they're all boarded up. They're all closed up. All closed up. I heard about some horrific riots and looting over here in Philadelphia. I know there's been some scary stuff in other places. I don't want to talk about the scary stuff too much. I want to have a happy show tonight. Put that over here. Alright, hold on. Oh my gosh, I just saw your notes there, Gregory. TRO, that means temporary restraining order. I tell you, I went through that with one of my tenants. I had to get a temporary, that's a very, very scary thing, because a temporary restraining order, that goes on your record pretty much for life. And it makes it difficult for people to own guns if you've got a restraining order on your name. So you have to be very, very careful. Also, what I've noticed, because I've seen this happen outside courtrooms, where people who have received a restraining order go berserk, and they ignore the restraining order, and they go even more berserk than they ever were before. So you have to be really, really aware that it's a significant decision. Yeah. I saw that, Gregory, yeah. Anyway, we're in a period of Mercury retrograde right now. I think Mercury's actually over in Libra, so it makes it a little bit difficult regarding, you know, communications in relationships. Got to really, like, what I would recommend, if possible, is to try and live through the next week or so without making any really tough, radical decisions until you've kind of slept on them for a while and thought about it. Because when Mercury crosses over from retrograde to direct, there can be a bit of turbulence. And just like at the same period 3 weeks ago, when Mercury starts slowing down and it turns into retrograde, at that period when it goes stationary, that's when there's the maximum turbulence. So the point of maximum turbulence for Mercury right now is going to be this Tuesday in America time, okay? Okay. Hello, Starzy. I see you. Oh. Yeah, YouTube is just, I don't know what to make of it anymore. It's just like, YouTube is just censoring and blocking and shutting down all sorts of people randomly. Anyone that it doesn't like, anyone that it figures doesn't fit into the role of social justice according to their recipe for social justice. It's quite disturbing. So we'll see. All right, we're going to start off with Gregory. And, you know, if we've only got a few people here tonight, we're only doing a small number of readings, but everyone's being really generous, I might just do a small number of readings and then a group reading, something like that. You know, we'll see. Yeah, it's funny we're saying like with notifications. I'm noticing other channels complaining about really poor notification systems going on. So unless you're already famous, it makes it incredibly hard to start a YouTube channel today. So I don't know really what to do. EPO, I think that's an emergency protection order. There's no free list. Hello, 2222. Basically, this is hello. Let me just say hello to 2222. 2222. This is the time of the week. I only do 2 shows a week now. I have the Sunday Night Live Super Chat mini readings where you can put money in a donation and you get a little mini reading live. So there's different ways to do that, dear Tutu. Usually it's about $10. You can donate directly through your PayPal to the Terralumination email here, which is a little book about at yahoo.com. Or Tutu, if you want to, if you're still interested, you could go over on a different device, perhaps, on a phone or something. Go to terralumination.com and find the donate page and click the donate button, and you can swipe a debit card through there. That's another way to go. The reason I'm mentioning these things is because even though, dear Tutu, even though you can actually do the super chat, okay, I don't know if you've done super chat before, but if you look where you're typing, if you're typing over there, just underneath where you're typing, there's a little kind of box with a $sign in it. If you press that box, it pops up a window on your computer, and you can enter a debit card, credit card number, and just send it that way. Okay? Thanks, Tutu. Thanks for asking. And it's good you guys are talking about restraining orders, because it's a very serious thing, and it does have an impact on the person who receives the restraining order. So let's see what's going on. Also, Tutu, if you don't like the idea of, a reading in public or just a little tiny mini reading, you can also, I do private personal consultations over at terralumination.com. You can book it that way if you really want to as well. We can do anything that way. It's kind of like what we're doing right now. We do it live and in person through my Zoom room, and it's really effective. We can cover anything: health, finance, career, spirituality, relationships, all sorts of things, family, money, anything. We do it all here. Let's see now. All right, Gregory, it sounds like things are really like very, very frothy for you right now in your world, because you have your intentions and everything's, and honestly, because it's family, there's a lot, to me it feels like there's a huge amount of pent-up energy that is looking for like resolution, basically to get things done and move on in life, and also perhaps to clear up a lot of smoldering history that's never been resolved. And so maybe it's okay that everything is coming to a head in a very frothy manner. Remember that Mars is still retrograde in Aries, and it's going to turn direct in Aries later in the month, okay? But it is going to be in Aries for all of November and pretty much all of December. So any way you look at it, hold on, let me just check in over here. So I'm basically talking with, we're going to start your reading now, Gregory. So the whole Mars and Aries thing, it's been going on for months, and it's an extremely long transit. It's kind of unusual for Mars. Mars goes retrograde about every 2.5 years or so. And when it goes retrograde, it's usually for about 11 weeks at a time. So you're talking almost like 22 weeks when you extend that out. It's a very long transit for Mars. And Mars in Aries is in very, very tight angles of very harsh, abrasive angles to all the energy in Capricorn right now. As you know, the usual suspects, Saturn, Pluto, and Jupiter, are very, very, very tightly conjoined right now in Capricorn around the 24 degrees mark in that area. And Mars is closing in and around that area. And so it's an intense pressure. There's a lot of built up rage, violence, anger, unresolved bitterness, that instead of being resolved in harmonious ways through Mercury in Libra, let's have a discussion, let's talk about this. Mercury in Libra opposing, like, Mars and, Chiron in Aries and Mars in Aries by sign. That's very combustible, very likely to trigger outbursts, rage, anger, communications that you wish you'd never said. On the other hand, it could be the perfect time to just completely vent all the rage and just get it out there, just to pop the bubble. I'm not telling people what to do, but it is a very, very tense relationship. That Libra energy is also in a very loose square by sign with the Capricorn. So you have a kind of a loose T-square with Libra, Aries, and Capricorn in the middle. It's very volatile. It's very natural. I mean, look at what happened in Philadelphia, right? I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. I know we've had a lot of riots in this country. We have a lot of free speech. We have the right to bear arms. America is a country that's born with Sun opposite Pluto. That's creative destruction. The creativity and the light and the wonder of the sun opposed by the power and the shadow side of Pluto, which is kind of ruthless in terms of its expression. There is no mercy with Pluto energy. And so you build up all these energies together, especially all the Capricorn energy in a hard square with Mars. That is volatility to the point of violence, okay? And look what's happening in America. Okay? It's actually happening across the world because it does impact the whole world. It impacts the United States especially strong because the United States is born with Pluto in Capricorn around 27 degrees, and we're very close to that right now. So it's like America is a powder keg right now, and it isn't just going kaboom, it's going kaboom, boom, 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 boom. There's a lot of pent-up rage and anger in this country, which is looking for any excuse to blow off, okay? It's happening everywhere, okay? Hello, Mr. Ozone. I just saw your note there. Hold on. Hey, Mr. Ozone, these are Super Chat mini readings. You usually put a donation in there, okay? The way you can put the... Sorry, everybody, I just need to check in with Mr. Ozone. Give me a second here. Hi, Mr. Ozone. So, if you want a mini reading, you put a donation. You can do it directly through PayPal if you have PayPal. You can send it to alittlebookabout@yahoo.com. That's my Terlumination email. Okay. Or you can go over here. Okay, I'm going to keep repeating this. Sorry. Okay. You can go to terlumination.com and you will find a donation page. Click the orange button and that'll bring up a payment processor. Follow that through. Or, of course, the other thing that you can do, again, so Mr. Ozone, if you really want one, the other thing you can do is go to the Super Chat button, which is directly below where you're typing in the chat right now, okay? So thank you, Path. So that's enough. So there's basically 3 different ways you can get a mini reading tonight. Okay. Hello, Heather. I see you. Heather's over here. Heather's way up here in that part of the world. There, you got it. See, the focus came through. There we go. Oh, that's a good point. Sorry, I don't... Ay, ay, ay. That's true. I'm sorry, Nikki. It's too late for me to fix it right now for tonight, but thank you. I'll fix it hopefully for the next show, okay? Thank you. Thank you, Path, for explaining all these things. Oh, I see what you're saying, Gregory. I just saw your note there. So let's examine that, because right now, Gregory, it sounds like you've got a lot of really pent up energy regarding the situation with your family. It's reaching basically a breaking point where somebody's fuses are going to blow. And if you end up being the one whose fuses blow, like with this Mercury stuff, retrograde, and a very strong energy in Scorpio right now, and the hard square with Mars against Capricorn, that's a lot of volatility looking to have very hostile expression, and it's very easy for that stuff to backfire. That's what I'm sensing. Okay, let's actually get on with the reading now, okay, Gregory? Let's see what's coming up here. Let's have a look. Hello, Juan. I just saw you there. Greetings. Thank you for dropping by. Ooh, wow. Just got the security. Oh, that's really cool. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Is that one of those things, Gregory, where it's got these little tiny cameras that you can set around the property, and then it connects to the your smartphone, something like that? All right, let's have a look. Just for peace of mind, everybody needs to know I'm affected by the energies just as much as anyone else, and I like to keep aware of it. I'm not doing an astrodoodle for tonight. It's just I just kind of want to get on with your readings. But at least when I do my studies, I'm aware of it, and I'm so aware about how I can be a victim to the energies if I'm not careful. For example, I have a lot of reasons where I could go blow up in raging fury against a few people. But I also know how that energy can really backfire if you're not careful. So I'm basically, literally trying to deliberately stay out of the battlefield right now. And instead of going for direct first mover type of confrontation, I am taking a very, very careful, measured approach to my actions and my words. I'm trying to do everything I can to implement my 10-second rule, where if I'm receiving words or information from out there, I don't take it too personally. I just absorb the information, and I give myself 10 seconds or 10 hours or 10 days to digest all this, and then I formulate a response. A response is very different from a reaction. Typically, a reaction occurs without any processing here or here. A reaction is something that's just action-reaction. You punch me, I punch you. Or you punch me and I go flat. Or you punch me and I go crazy. Whatever happens, but action and reaction. What I'm trying to do is, like, if I'm over here and someone's coming at me, I'm just going to take it, and I'm going to allow myself time to respond instead of reacting to boff, 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 because that's kind of a recipe for trouble. Doesn't always work. Sometimes you have to act in the moment. But that's, people, I try not to get into those situations because that's like being an animal trapped in a corner. It's a very dangerous place to be, either for myself or for someone else. Okay, let's go over here now. Okay. Okay. Let's have a look. Okay, Gregory, let's get into this. There's a lot of. I'm very glad to hear that you've got some security stuff going on there. I'm also, honestly, I mean, it sounds good, but I'm actually glad that you're kind of venting right now about the anger and the frustration with the situation, with the family. It's almost like it's better to say it here and clear it out a little bit before actually going directly face to face with the adversaries. Okay? Going face to face with family is very different from going face to face with clients or friends. All right, here we go. Let's bless this deck. Let's bless every single card. Okay? Bless the channel, bless the platform, bless the cameras, the lights, all the softwares, the technology, the computers, the monitors, and the music, and all of it that allows us to do this stuff. Here we go. I feel right now it would be kind of a, I don't know, this is a little bit unusual, but I think Gregory needs kind of a bit of a group hug right now. Not in a way that's suffocating, but more in a way that gives Gregory a lot of room to feel that he is appreciated and understood, and his concerns are genuine, and they are not to be trivialized or not to be, brought into a decision just for the sake of, finding resolution right now, because sometimes it's very hard to carry the energy of unresolved anger, unresolved problems. It's very hard to do that, but sometimes it gets so bad to carry that pain of unresolved issues that we explode, we blow up. And it makes sometimes it's good to blow up. Sometimes it's good to just let everything explode, and then everybody has to deal with it from there with a new perspective. Okay, here we go. Let's have a look. Okay, so it looks like all my cards are upside down. No, they're not. This is the Hangman. This is the Hangman. So what I'm seeing here with the Hangman, Gregory, is you're surrounded with this energy of poise, of pause, of having to me, this is a very, very, very strong message to give yourself time and space, probably like you said, for the next week. Be prepared to be, what's the expression? Be prepared to be comfortable with being very uncomfortable. Okay? So in other words, this is like a time where you might be chewing on your own arm, saying things to yourself which you would rather say to the adversaries, boiling up in rage inside in a way that it would be much more satisfying to vent that rage somewhere out there. But with the Hanged Man, it's almost like a message, like it's actually to your benefit to become neutral, to become detached, to the point where it's almost, what do they call it, dissociative behavior. You know, when traumatic conditions can be so extreme that people dissociate. That's a very common symptom in women who've been heavily abused, or even men who've been heavily abused. They dissociate. It's a survival mechanism where your body is still functioning, but your brain has kind of turned into another version of yourself in order to try and survive and cope with the pain and the discomfort of things that are very bad. Let's have a look at the situation itself. Okay, so I've got the Two of Swords here. My feeling is that this is feeding off of the Hanged Man. And I think the Hanged Man is This is indicating that it would be really, really to your benefit right now to, I would say, literally mind your own business, keep yourself to yourself, protect yourself, defend yourself, be acutely aware, allow yourself to be, let's see, receptive to communications, receptive to ideas and inspiration, receptive to messages from your guides, messages from your angels. If you think of this as like an antenna, okay, where the Two of Swords is indicating, it's almost like what we're doing right now is getting counsel from the multidimensional realms, getting counsel from your angels, your invisible friends, or even your visible friends here on the channel, because we all want what's best for you, Gregory. And so with the Two of Swords, my feeling is to, again, take advantage of this energy here. I would say that this isn't actually an energy, this is a message that's coming to you through myself as your reader, to pause, deliberately pause, and allow an extremely uncomfortable energy to permeate through your life and your world right now, where you're not dissociating, you're not disconnected, you're actually very, very acutely tuned in and very acutely aware of what's going on, but you're not engaging in this. There's none of this going on. So even though it might be very tempting to get into this right now, because with the way the planets are, it's very easy to get stuck into this sort of head-butting kind of thing, and all it will do is accelerate and amplify the negative side of things. Like, how violence can breed violence. Violent words can breed violent retaliation. And so on and so on. And the desire to protect and defend the self can also trigger the raw animal nature to want to take down the adversary. And it sounds like you have very serious adversaries and that you are vulnerable. But you're already doing the right thing. I think it's very good right now to be very defensive and basically kind of step back from the battlefield, step back from from this, and to get into this. In other words, if this is the adversary, the family members over here, and they're just really screwing things up, instead of taking the bait, you deliberately withdraw over here. It's like a very unnatural move. The natural move is to do this right now, okay? That's what the planets are driving you to do. But it's also probably very unproductive. It might be better to pull back and then let the situation speak for itself. Allow the adversaries to vent and rage and blow off steam and show their true colors, their worsening behavior, for example, and then you just kind of observe and absorb the information, either intuitively or literally by directly monitoring information that comes to you, like texts or phone calls or face-to-face threats, anything like that. Basically, stay back. Okay, now what's the problem here? Okay, so I've got the Two of Wands, so these two things. So there's a lot of, to me it looks like a lot of instability, a lot of indecision here, a lot of volatility going on in this situation. And it's actually, I think, a really good idea that you kind of vented here tonight, Gregory, because it does, to me it looks very extreme. And the extreme nature of the volatility kind of leaves you vulnerable. So instead of being a victim of the volatility, instead of being a victim of the adversaries and taking the bait and getting into like you want to go at it, you want to go at it, you want to go at it, yeah, you want to go at it, you want to go at it. Well, watch this, boff. That's not going to help anybody, even though it looks like that's what's going for. For example, you're talking about the EPO, Emergency Protection Order, or the TRO, the Temporary Restraining Order. That might be something to think about. That might be something to check in with the courts about. See how quickly you can get a TRO. Where's the department? Where's the office? What kind of information do you need to present? Because I've done these things myself, Gregory. It's a very serious thing to go after a TRO and then have the TRO issued, because you typically have to have it served by a professional, like a sheriff or a third party that serves notice. You can't serve the TRO yourself. It has to go through the court and through a professional service to deliver the TRO. Okay? So, with the Two of Wands here, my feeling is that you're very, very uncomfortable with the uncertainty of potential outcomes here. There's almost no way at this moment in time to figure out where is this going to go. Where, in what possible direction could any of this go? And that's very frustrating. It's like literally, being snowblind when you're driving on a trip, or sunblind, or fog blind when you're driving a car. Or if you're in a situation where it's incredibly hard to navigate, very, very hard to make decisions. And that is very uncomfortable. A lot of things that people cannot stand, almost any human being finds it extremely uncomfortable to live with extreme high levels of uncertainty about what lies ahead and what kind of decisions can I make to do with what lies ahead or does not lie ahead. There are a lot of unknowns here. So how are we going to deal with this? Okay, so with the Six of Wands, to me it looks pretty simple. To me this is just like a reassurance, like, Gregory, you're going to be okay. All right? You're going to be okay. You will prevail. You will end up doing what is right. You already know what is right in theory. What is right in practice, I think, is still very, very much in the air, up in the air right now. But to me, this looks like you will be okay. This is going to sound like a bit of a cop-out, but number one, to me it feels like stay away from the confrontation as much as possible. Direct, anything direct. If you have to go indirect, in other words, doing the homework on getting a temporary restraining order, that would make sense. But again, the timing things. I'm just going to share something personal, Gregory. Okay? Because I had to go through this earlier this year with someone who was extremely dangerous and very hostile towards me and some of my neighbors. And I had to take it upon myself to take care of this. I had to get rid of this person out of the property, out of the neighborhood. And so I went to see the cops because he was getting very violent and nasty and very threatening with some people. Well, he wasn't violent, but he was very threatening, okay? And he's basically looking. He's very, very smart. He's a complete sociopath narcissist. And I didn't know it until too late. And so I went to the cops, I went to the police and the courthouse, and they said, number one, you have to remove yourself from the immediate vicinity of this person. Number two, you need to seek a temporary restraining order as fast as possible and get it served as fast as possible and stay away. Okay? So that was an extremely disruptive period of my life. It went on for weeks and it cost me a lot of money, but eventually I got rid of the problem. The problem went away. It was like exterminating it was like a total extermination, because once that temporary restraining order was served, this guy was shut down completely. He understood the implications of a TRO, because if you break a TRO, and anybody who wants to, who doesn't like this person, all you do is call 911 and the cops come and immediately the person is arrested. There's no arguments. They're immediately arrested, okay, and put into jail. At least that's how it works in California. And so I decided to go through this, knowing that this guy could become enraged and come after me personally. But I decided to go and do it anyway. And I had to do it in a very, very similar way to what the way this kind of reading is coming out here. I became very disoriented. And so I'm sharing from personal experience that it's like the best thing you can do is accept and understand that this is a very disorienting thing. You could easily come unglued, but this is very reassuring to know that you're going to be okay. You know, to me, it's almost like it doesn't matter what you do in terms of positive decisions. Go here, go there. In other words, get the restraining order as fast as possible. Get it issued. And the day that you know that the order will be served, fly back to Santa Fe or something like that and stay out of it for about a week or so as it sinks in what it means with a restraining order. Because if your brother has a lot of ammunitions and guns, then it's going to really, really hit him very hard. Okay? Okay. Yeah, so Gregory, Nikki's adding some notes there too. But it feels to me like with the Six of Wands, you have to know right now, to me it's like the reading is here to tell you, you're going to be okay. You will prevail. Okay, but to me it looks like you're going through an extremely volatile, very indecisive period right now, which is going to be very disorienting, but I think you've already got some really good ideas. Okay? You're not really going to know how it's going to work out until you implement these things, but let's just say you decide to no longer waste any time or energy and you just go direct for a temporary restraining order. I'm just going to share this with the public here, okay, Gregory? I hope you don't mind. But the folks here need to know that Gregory and I have been working together for the last few years on all sorts of things, and this is one of the issues. And it's an extremely volatile, hostile situation. And what can happen is that it can bring tremendous relief and resolution once you take these really radical steps. And also, there might be a very karmic kickback message coming to your brother, especially, maybe somewhat to your sister and other family members, in such a way that in their own lifetime they are seeing what it's like to meet their own version of their negative energy coming back to them, like karmic payback. Okay, I don't want to go into too many details here, Gregory. I know that you understand what we're talking about. But the plan that you're talking about, it makes a lot of sense to me, even though it's a very radical, very serious move. Once that restraining order has been served, you can't take it back. And it's now on the court records for the whole of the American legal system. And it's going to totally mess him up, okay? But that's probably what needs to be done. Okay. So, pretty hairy stuff, but you're going to be okay. All right? You will be okay. You're going about things the right way. It's just that it's very unstable. Very, very unstable. There's a lot of uncertainty. Which way is this going to go? How's it going to play out? Okay, I'm going to put this away now. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you for everybody else for putting in some very useful, very valuable, notes there, okay? All right. Oh, wait a minute, Robin. I just saw something from Robin. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hi, Robin. I see you. Robin's Realms readings. What's next for Robin? Okay. Robin, you've had some very, what's the word? You've had quite a lot of turbulence recently yourself. Okay, so let me put this aside. We've got to shuffle things up. We got a reading for Nikki here in just a minute. I'm going to put these over here. Nikki wants a general reading from basically everybody in her spirit guides. So we might have a mixed bag of messages coming through. Okay, Nikki? We'll see what happens. Yeah. Hey, Nikki, and everyone, just so that you know, I'm used to dealing with some very scary people. I have been on the receiving on the other side of. I'm not really proud of it. I'm not really proud of it because I never really asked for it, but it just came to me in my life. I had a reading once about 3 years ago from a really super high-end astrologer over in Europe, and he has some pretty advanced systems. And when he looked at my chart, the first thing he said is like, "Are you in the military? What's going on here? I see a lot of violence. I see a lot of danger. I see a lot of..." And he kind of went on like that. That was the first thing that he came out with. A lot of pain, a lot of suffering. And I told him, I said, well, I'm not in the military in this lifetime, but I'm absolutely certain I was in the military and in war zones in previous lifetimes, in one side or another, you know, and with a lot of pain and a lot of blood, a lot of violence. And it's not fun, it's not pretty. And even in this lifetime, I've had many, many incidents of physical assault, abuse, and held up against guns and knives, okay, and fists, and people have used cars to try and damage me, and all of this without me instigating anything. It's just like I had some kind of weird target on my head that seemed to attract really, really nasty people. It's because maybe I have that look of dumb innocence, like, yeah. So it happens. And the thing is, I know from experience what it's like to be on the receiving end of extreme hostility. So I'm sharing that, okay? Yeah. Now I was just... Oh yeah, it's really... I'm okay now. I've become very, very shy. I've become very... reserved. I keep myself kind of hidden away. I mean, this is a public forum, but I have very little going on in the way of public activity. I go to grocery stores, but most of the time I try to live with kind of like a shield around me that leaves me more or less invisible. Okay? It doesn't always work. But I try to be able, as much as possible, to commune with the world, be as open-hearted as possible, and yet at the same time extremely shielded. So that comes under the subject of energy management, and we've talked about this before. A second. Okay, hold on. I think it's all right. Oh no, we're okay. Sorry, I got a really good computer, it's really good internet, but I'm pumping so much stuff through the system that sometimes things freeze up and lock up a little bit. Greg, you're going to be okay, but it's like in wartime, you have to think strategically. In other words, the big picture. What is the goal here? Okay, Gregory? And then, once you set out a strategy, then you get down into the tactics. How are you going to execute the strategy? And that's when it gets into the refinement of warfare, maneuvering in the conditions of war. And it becomes very, very precise, extremely precise. You have to be very acutely tuned in to the information coming at you, then you have to process it in here and then live from here and make your decisions from here. And that takes a little bit of time, okay? All I'm suggesting right now with the Hangman is live through the very, very uncomfortable period of staying one degree of separation removed from direct confrontation. It's too dangerous. It's not worth it. You're probably better off doing what you're thinking of is going through the legal system and a restraining order rather than direct one-on-one. Okay? So, what's that? Oh, hey Melissa. What's going on? I see you there. Let's have a look. So their signals are flashing up and down here that the YouTube platform is getting a little bit unstable right now, but we'll keep going anyway. All right, Nikki, we're going to go big and wide here. Last week, I think we worked with John, and then I think before that it was Chris. And in both cases, everyone was very serious, very formal, even though you have a very jolly group of guides, and they love you and you love them. Sometimes you're not. Sometimes you have to get kind of serious. Okay, that's what we're here for. Okay. All right, so oh, Nikki wants a song too. Yeah. I guess I could do like a fighting song. It's a little bit of a warrior song. It's actually for my healthcare system, for my health and my healing, but we could transcribe that in terms of how to get through challenging times where instead of fighting your internal enemies, which are bugs and viruses and all of that, or we could talk about external enemies. Can you remind me? Hello, Jacqueline. Hello, Jacqueline. Is there a list? There's not really a list. Basically, if you want a reading, you put a donation. You can donate. You can donate directly through PayPal. If you have PayPal, you can go to send the money to a little book about at yahoo.com. Or again, thank you, Jacqueline, for asking. You can go to terraillumination.com and there's a donate page. I'll show you right here. Hold on. You can go to terraillumination.com. There's a donate button, and it brings up a payment processor. Swipe your card or enter the details and so on. The other thing you can do, okay, Jacqueline, is you can do Super Chat. And that is a little tiny button near where you type. It's a little gray box. You press that. It opens up a payment processor. You put your card through there. Okay? So I hope that answered your questions. Right now we're going to read for Nikki, then Path, then Tina, then Robin. I can take one more reading perhaps. We'll see how things go. Fighting well. I'm gonna do it. Okay, Nikki, I'm just gonna do this. This is kind of like because Gregory's situation is actually very serious. And it might be an idea to get kind of pumped up. Not to go to war, but to hold the right attitude in times of war. Okay? So I'm going to play that little song. It's called Fighting Well. It's a healthcare song, really. But the way it's written and the way it sounds, you could think of it almost as like a marching song to keep your spirit pumped up as you face the enemy. Okay? That's another way to look at it. Well, so the whole point of that piece of music is to boost the immune system, and I wrote it for health purposes, and I played that to myself many times when I was coming out of the cancer treatment, okay? And it really helped me, okay? It really did help. And I felt like I'm kind of a miracle baby, recovering, and I'm still alive to tell the tale. But I thought with the beat and the sound and the tune and the words, it might be helpful for Gregory and anyone else who needs a bit of a boost to their immune system. All right, Nikki, let's see what's going on. Again, what I'm noticing here right now, Nikki, is that I can't identify everybody right now, but I feel kind of like a panoply. Whatever you might call that, like there's a collection. It's as though they're all standing right behind me right now in a very kind of formal manner, in a very formal manner, like this is serious, guys. This is really cool. This is what we do. But they're also kind of hinting that this is also kind of fun, and we love doing this because, as you know, Nikki, your guides love being your guides. Okay, it's fun. It's basically a lot of fun as far as they're concerned. Whatever the subject, however bad things are, however great things are. Hey, Karen over there in New Zealand, greetings. All right, let's have a look. See, what kind of messages do we have coming up here? It could be anything, Nikki, you know. Work, love, relationships, health, family, spiritual. It could be absolutely anything. All right, let's have a look. Let's see what's going on. So we got folks all the way from the west coast of America all the way down to sunny New Zealand. Yeah. I know what you're saying, Nikki. What they're trying to do is they're also letting me know they love doing it. It's fun, but they also do take it very seriously. Like we actually know they're trying to. It's like, you know, it's like it's like they're over there. They're your guides and everything, but it feels like they're hanging out. Maybe they can split themselves up or whatever, but they're here because they actually enjoy this, and it's like when you have a business meeting. But instead of having everything serious, we're going to have a business meeting, bring up all the minutes and the notes. This is like, we're going to have a fun meeting, okay? We're taking care of business, but we're doing it in a fun way, okay? That's what I'm sensing here. I'm not sensing exactly suit and ties, but maybe like a combination of suit and ties, but instead of ties, you have wacky bow ties, if that makes any sense. Just to add a bit of humor. Oh, hey, we got another reading, folks. That'll probably be it for the night, people. It's probably going to be a short evening. Hope you don't mind. Karen Clark over there in sunny New Zealand. It's coming up to your springtime, summertime, isn't it? And what kind of messages? Guides. All right, let's have a look. I'm going to put another big question mark here. So I'll put that over here. Right now we're reading for Nikki. I'm going to shuffle this over here. Nikki, then Pat, then Tina, then Robin, then Karen. All right, let's go. That'll probably be it for the night, folks. So anyone else who might want a reading, come back next week, or you can go to tarotlumination.com and book something private too if you want to. All right. Now this is going to come up. I'm not going to even anticipate what this could be about. It could be anything. All right. Well, let's have a look. Super duper. Let's cut it up and go direct to the situational spread. You always use the same spread. It's very, very simple. No reversals, no jumpers and flyers. I keep everything. I like the KISS rule. Keep it simple, silly. Here we are. Notes for November. Got it. Notes for November. That's a good topic because today is the 1st of November here in America. All right, here's the situation. What are we looking at? Here's the challenges. Let's have a look. And here's how we're going to tackle it, okay? And what's the surrounding prevailing weather like? How's that going to influence things? We've got the 6 of Pentacles. So I see this as very harmonizing for you, Nikki. To me, it feels like there's going to be a bit of a push and a pull in your life, in your world through November, where you're going to be made aware about how valuable you are to certain significant people in your life. And like certain people. I don't know whether it's lovers, friends, family, co-workers, and all that kind of stuff. They're going to see how significant you are in their life, like a mutual appreciation thing where you get to really enjoy what it's like to be so in a way so kind of gifted, so kind of lucky, Nikki, that you're able to share your kindness and generosity in ways that are tangible. The pentacles are very measurable things. We're talking about earthly physical realities here, okay? Okay? So it's kind of like the art. What I see is the art of giving, the art of receiving, and it is kind of an art form. It's being able to receive graciously from the universe, from friends, from family, from nature, in such ways that I would say are very like synchronous right now. And it puts you in a state of generosity where you feel like, wow, I can afford to be generous at the same time that you are on the receiving end of generosity. So this to me feels like it feeds on itself. You're in a situation where whatever it might be, money, finances, gestures, whatever kind of physical, measurable energy that you're sharing with the world is returned to you in kind, and vice versa. I think the whole idea about like merging, sharing your energy with people who really appreciate you, and they show their appreciation in kind, okay? Also, it's perfectly okay in November to reach out if you have to. For example, let's say things are getting really bumpy at home or with relationships or the workplace. It would be perfectly okay to reach out without any kind of judgment or anything, but just to say, listen, I'm having a bit of a rough time dealing with this, or this, or this. It might be a concept at work, a challenge at work, a relationship, or something like that, and just bring it into the open without any kind of judgment or pressure, and then allow the generosity to come to you. In other words, it's almost like, I know it's pentacles, and I could probably relate to money and work and things like that. And so with the Six of Pentacles there, it feels very much, it's like it would be really healthy and wholesome for you during November to make your appreciation of these significant other people in your life, make it known to them. And like planting seeds that allows them to make it known to you that you are valuable to them, okay? I'm not talking about the Three of Pentacles, which is more like about teamwork. I'm talking about appreciation, valued, measurable appreciation. Being the giver, being the receiver, and allowing it to flow both ways, and it feeds on itself, okay? All right, so what's the situation about? Let's have a look. Okay, well, this looks very much to me as though, I mean, there's a lot of, when you see the Chariot, sometimes you have to look at the energy of being poised for action, of being prepared. So, Nikki, if you are sensing in your life, in your world right now in November, that you're coming up to a chance for new starts and new beginnings, especially perhaps around the Scorpio new moon, let's say roughly in the middle of the month, the 13th or 14th, there's going to be a powerful Scorpio new moon that's going to be very harmonious with the Capricorn energy and the Neptune and Pisces energy. And it will be opposing the Uranus and Taurus a little bit, but I wouldn't worry about that too much. And so my feeling here is right now, especially at this moment in the early stages of November, this is a really good time to lay the groundwork and start planning for improvements in the workplace, in your finances, your work life, your like even career, where you can. This is to me. This looks like about the planning and looking at the landscape in front of you and gathering all your energy and resources and getting everything aligned right now, so that by the middle of the month, I'll just show you over here, by the middle of the month, there's going to be a kind of a big opening of energy. Mars will turn direct. That is the time to move towards the end of the month, and Mercury will already be direct. And it's like you will have the wind in your sails, okay? But the time now is to prepare. Right now, this reading is all about preparing for taking advantage of, I would say, healthy, wholesome alignments for you, especially in work and career and money, coming later in this month, okay? Right now, it's all about preparations. Sowing the seeds of healthy relationships, laying out the groundwork, laying out plans, foundations, okay? Building healthy, mutually beneficial relationships that are very, very measurable, in terms of the value of the relationship. Your value to others and the others' value to you. Mutually beneficial. Okay, now what's the problems here? Okay, to me, I'm sensing two problems here. Number one, I think it's very much associated with the Six of Pentacles here. There might be a very deep fear because you're in this very volatile time right now, and it looks to me like you're still in the early stages of finding your feet, getting your grounding, and starting to lay out, a new life, new career paths, especially after the Scorpio new moon towards the end of the month. However, as any human being, you would have natural fears. So with the Knight of Pentacles here, to me it feels a double message. Number one is like, my God, have I really got it? Have I really got what it takes? Can I really deliver the goods? Do I really have the value to other people that I feel that I deserve? And then secondarily, with the same card, there might be a deep concern. It's like, do these significant other people really, really, truly value me in the way that I truly deserve? Are they going to actually deliver? Are they going to actually behave in in the energy of mutually beneficial dynamics between yourself and others and yourself? So again, it would be perfectly natural to have those fears because you're not at that point yet. You're still in the early stages of laying the groundwork, of making the plans and setting course for this good stuff to happen. And it would be very natural when you're making plans to be aware of anything and everything that does not work. For example, your guides might be indicating it would be very prudent right now for you to maybe perhaps quietly and privately take stock, make notes of anything potentially that would disrupt the goodness of this situation, the goodness of the Scorpio new moon that is coming your way. And I like to be prepared now so that you're very, very clear. You're already very clear about the pitfalls that lie ahead of you. In other words, you're not fooling yourself with fantasies about how awesome everything could be or should be or might be or that you want them to be. You're being very, very grounded. You're being very, very realistic, very down to earth in every single step of the way, doing everything in very methodical ways. And it would be very, for example, with the Pentacles, it's very measurable energy. Actions speak louder than words. So in other words, with whoever these people are that you're relating to, or this person. I think it's to do with work and career, frankly. Whoever it is, they are going to be very aware of what are you bringing to the table. And at the same time, it's very important that you are aware of what are they bringing to the table. And is there equity here? Is there fairness? Is there balance? And if there is a severe or a very obvious inequity, then that has to be dealt with. It has to be brought into open conversation, okay? It might be uncomfortable, but it needs to be done. How are we going to deal with this? Okay, look at it for the long term, okay? You got to look long term here, Nikki, from what I can tell. It looks to me like it's worth it. It looks to me like it's worth doing things in a very, very studious, methodical ways, one step at a time. Like, I think you mentioned something a while ago about being in this new workplace dynamic where you think they're really cool and they think you're really cool, and that's great. Okay, fine. But if it is a work career situation, ultimately it's all coming down to like productivity, output, results, money, profits, career, building and growing wealth. And so with the Eight of Pentacles here, to me it looks very encouraging, but it does imply that this is going to be work. And I don't mean just being like slaving at work. I'm talking about work smarter, not harder. And by working smarter, what I'm thinking about is over here, laying the groundwork as things go along. Let's say you're in a process of development, okay? Now, I'm not an expert, because, you know, if I was an expert, I would be hugely successful in terms of business consultation. I have helped all sorts of people do really well with their enterprises. My life path is different. And some of the things that I've noticed that are really, really important in what you could call business development is the development of the business relationships, laying out very clear understandings of goals, intentions, and, you know, projections, realistic projections, like how much can we expect to do in the first month, the second, the first, and the first year? What are the goals? How much pressure is it going to take? What are the things that we don't know that we need to know? Where are our resources and talents? How are we going to optimize all things? In other words, you can't just go, you know, zooming around thinking like, oh, this is so cool, this is so much fun, I'm appreciated, they value me, I like them, I like them, and this is just so cool. And to me it looks like it's very much about business and constantly evaluating and re-evaluating to make sure that everything is optimal, especially in the relationships. In other words, because if the relationships are not optimal in the workplace or the career, where there's a severe imbalance between what you are contributing, you know, with the Eight of Pentacles, and what are you receiving in terms of the Eight of Pentacles, there needs to be harmony, there needs to be balance, there needs to be equilibrium. And for that to happen, it means in very, very diplomatic, very business-like, very unemotional ways, the value has to be established and understood very openly, very, very clear, so that they understand how valuable you are to them, and you understand how valuable they are to you, and it shows up in terms of, for example, the money, the rewards, the potential, the opportunity. Measurable. Not just dreams or wishes, but actual measurable. Like in your career stability, or career benefits, or healthcare benefits, long-term benefits, stock options, profit making, salary or bonuses or commissions, all those kind of things, they have to be commensurate with your talent. Okay? Everything has to match up. Okay? Imbalances are not going to work, because eventually that will turn to bitterness and resentment in terms of the relationships. And that is very corrosive. That's not allowed to happen, okay? So it requires a lot of openness. All right. But it's worth it, okay, Nikki? It's worth it. It might require, having to do things in very kind of step-by-step, methodical, business-like manners, but that's okay. Okay, this looks to me very much about career, work, business, money, finances, improving your life, getting ready to start new chapters. Okay? Thank you, Nikki. I hope that helped. I'm getting all these sort of hand claps over here. Nikki, I don't know if that makes sense to you. Would that be normal? I'm getting these hand claps like, wow, that was really good. That's exactly what we were trying to tell her. Thank you, Terra Illumination. I hope that resonates, okay, Nikki? Because that's what I felt over here. It was like, yay, bravo, awesome. Yeah. So, I'm just sharing. I'm not saying hard work. With that Eight of Pentacles, don't beat yourself up. Work smarter, not harder, okay? Working smarter means making sure that the foundations and the plans are set properly so that you don't have to overwork and get underpaid, okay? That's not acceptable, okay? Yay! Okay, so we got it. Awesome. Thank you, Nikki. I like those validations. All right, here we go. Super duper. Oh, Path, you're up now. Okay, now it's time for Path Traveler. After Path, it's going to be Tina. After Tina, we got Robin. After Robin, we've got Karen over there in New Zealand. And that's going to be it for tonight, folks. Okay? Thank you so much. All right, now let's see what's going on, Path. Okay? I'm going to put this more in the middle here because we've got a bit more room now. Okay. Hello, BU. That's a good note there. I saw that, Nikki. Be more like an earth sign. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Oh, understand was way underpaid the past 3 days. Okay, Nikki, so something has to be done about that. It might mean that maybe you don't deal with it right now, but let it, because this is a very volatile time at the moment with this week, with Mercury going direct soon. But eventually those kind of inequities need to be addressed, okay? Anything that's out of balance needs to be brought into balance openly. And it doesn't have to happen through confrontation. It just needs to be dealt with in a very, very neutral, business-like manner. Like you said, very, very earthy. Very, very earth. All right, Path. I'm going to go check back through the notes. I got to see what you said there. I don't know if the chat will go back far enough. Let me just see if I can find out here. Gosh, I'm not sure. What am I doing? I'm trying to scroll through the... Here's Robin. Give me a second. There's Karen. I can't find your notes, Path. I don't know if you left me any notes, but If you want to add some notes here, what are the messages tonight for me, Path Traveler, regarding the subject of ... Now would be the time to type it in. Otherwise, I'm just going to go completely wild and open for you. It's up to you. I'll shuffle a little bit more. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have a little sip of my electrolytes. Cheers, everybody. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your kindness and generosity. It keeps the channel going. It's you, dear viewers, who keep the channel going. It's the viewers, okay? Okay, Path, I see your notes. Got it. Now, on a global scale, we have a lot of volatility. On a personal scale, we have quite a lot of volatility. It depends how you handle it. You know, I talk about energy management. So, sometimes when I talk about energy management, like you can have the most extremely hostile astrological alignments, okay? And you might be feeling it here, or however it's affecting you. But it's a question of how you respond, okay? That's where you have your power. If you concentrate all your power in the now, in the moment, where you are, how you are, and you understand like, wow, I'm really emotional right now, or wow, I'm feeling really blind, or wow, I'm feeling really undervalued, or wow, I'm feeling really confused or angry. It's really, really important to identify what you are feeling, okay? Rather than what you're thinking. You're always going to be thinking. All the thinking stuff is mostly to do with problem solving. Problem solving is to do with how to survive, how to deal with frightening things, how to prosper, how to overcome pain and suffering and conflict and all the challenges around you. A lot of that is calculated up here like a kind of computer, like a military grade computer. But it's very important to make your decisions from here. And for that to happen, you have to understand, how do you feel? So if you're feeling really, really angry about something, it's good to acknowledge that. And then if you feel like, well, I need to do something about that anger, or is that anger justified? Am I angry because I'm simply angry because I haven't resolved my own issues? Or am I angry, legitimately angry, because I have been abused? And if that's the case, what are we going to do about it? So it's very important to understand the feelings and then understand how the feelings come about. What is it that defines these feelings? Feeling confused, feeling happy, feeling frightened, feeling lost, feeling numb, feeling whatever it is. And then sort of going deeper, like why, how? Rather than just sit there, like, because if you're totally detached from your feelings, if you're doing everything from the neck upwards, and you're not integrating. Oh, I think I solved the problem. I got the meeting. I'm going to... Give me a second. I'm just... Some of the software crashed over here for no particularly good reason. But it did. So I have to sort this out. Oh my gosh. Give me a second. There we go. I'll be right back with you. I'm sort of clicking, shuffling softwares and computer stuff around at the moment, and then I'll be right back. And then let's have a look, see if I'm over here. There we are, I'm back. Whoo! I get really free. I get palpitations when something crashes. You know, some of the channels are very lucky. They have editors and assistants and cinematographers and stuff. I run everything here on my own, and I've had bits of help here and there, but it actually turned kind of disastrous, so I don't do that anymore. So I live with the way things are. So everything gets a little bit, this is like a little homemade thing we do here. Sometimes things get a little bit choppy, but anyway, we're back. Let me go over here. Wait a minute. Give me a second. was a... Okay, Pat. So yeah, what I was trying to convey is that we have to... You have to kind of come to terms with your feelings, your heart center. You have to feel it. You know, you have to just kind of know thyself. You got to reveal it to heal it. So if you're feeling anxious, admit it and ask the obvious questions like, why am I feeling anxious? What is there to be anxious about? Is it me personally, or is it the energy of the collective, or is it someone, or is it a situation? What could it be? Is it the news? It could be all sorts of things. Why are you feeling what you're feeling? Okay? There's this wonderful astrologer. Her name's Barbara Goldsmith. I saw something from her a few weeks ago. She said, you've got to feel it to heal it, which is sort of similar to you got to reveal it to heal it. But it is true. You do have to feel things. You have to come to terms with your feelings and what they are. A lot of people can't stand that because it sometimes means you have to confront and face and deal with these things that you don't want to deal with. Because it's very uncomfortable. Sometimes it's extremely uncomfortable. That's why a lot of people almost like force themselves to live their whole lives through their head. And you can convince yourself that that is life. You know, you can take powerful pills to wake you up, powerful pills to send you asleep, powerful medications and programs and trainings to keep you going through the day, and you can go to gymnasiums and fitness classes and dietary regimes and yoga fitness and whatever it is, and a lot of it is being done through the head, and it's such a narrow perspective from which to live life. There's so much more besides what's going on in our brains. Thank you, Gabby. I saw your notes there. I forgot. It's true. When in doubt, blame the planets. That's what I do. And then, literally, actually, Gabby, thank you. I'm so glad you put that in there. I do that with myself. Anytime I'm feeling shaky or in doubt about something, I recognize it in my body as fear or uncertainty or anxiety or even joy. And then I will immediately go and reference the planets to see what they're up to. And that usually gives me validation, like, oh, no wonder I'm feeling so miserable. Or no wonder I'm so overstimulated. Or no wonder I feel so sleepy. Or no wonder I feel vengeful. Or no wonder I'm feeling ambitious. Or no wonder I'm feeling frightened. I can usually figure out all of that by reflection through the planets. Thank you, Gabby. Thank you, Gabby. Very, very important point. I know it sounds trivial. I know I sound like I make it a joke. Blame the planets. In a more responsible way, I would say, let's take account of the planets, okay? When you do that, you're not living on, let's say, autopilot or unconsciously. Over here on this channel, pretty much everybody who comes over here and visits here is already, if you're not like, operating at high vibrational frequencies, you're working at it so that you can operate at these frequencies where you are aware of the larger collective energy, and so that you don't have to be a victim. You can learn to ride it like the weather. You can take advantage of it so you can have the planets to work for you. So that you're not a victim. Like, even though it goes like right now, the planetary alignments are extremely harsh between the Aries energy and the Capricorn energy. And in theory, yes, we could all be victims of that, but you don't have to be. If you're aware of it, then you can make decisions through that awareness, through how you're feeling. Okay? Hello, Star Girl. I see you. Nikki's coming up with a lot of wisdom tonight, people. Thank you, Nikki. All right, Path, let's just see what's going on. Oh, gosh. We just came out of the full moon. Everything crested last night. So for a few days leading up to the full moon, you might have felt a lot of pressure in some way, shape, or form or another, no matter what your sun sign is or your moon sign. And then within like 24 hours, the pressure can tend to break. And then you kind of go into this new vibe where like, okay, so what am I going to do about all this? You know, everything comes to a point of culmination, of clarity, of light, when you reach the energy of opposition, like the Scorpio sun opposed by the Taurus moon, it's a full polarity. And so when you get oppositions, those are the kind of the maximum chances for clarity when it comes to relationship dynamics, when you're assessing and evaluating energies that are not yours. Instead you're looking at the energies that are coming at you and to you. What are they? Is it other people? Is it the news? Is it the energy of the collective? Is it certain individuals? Whatever it is. And then you can feel it, and then you can reveal it, and then you can get on with trying to heal it. Okay, let's have a look. All right, let's have a look, see what's going on here. All right, here's the situation. Here's the challenges, and here's how we're going to tackle it. And let's have a look at the surrounding energies, okay? Influences, I'm going to refer to the planets, essentially. So we've got the Three of Wands here. So to me, this is very much to do with the full moon that just passed, where you're starting to get a glimpse of new horizons coming at you, coming towards you, having made decisions to face yourself in the direction that is appropriate for new life, new world, new energy to come at you in some way, shape, or form or another. And it is at the early stages of manifesting. It's actually starting to become evidence. You're going to start feeling like if you've been projecting anything or expecting anything or planning anything, and you've been working really hard planting seeds of opportunity, passion, deliberation, ambition, excitement, determination, you're starting to get little tiny glimpses of like the return, like starting to get returns on your actions, your energy. Sowing seeds, reaping harvest. Okay, that kind of feel. Sowing ambition, sowing new pathways, and starting to see like glimpses of guiding lights coming to you that affirm that you are on path. It might be scary. It might be new and weird and disturbing and disorienting, but to me it looks like you're getting little signals here and there that are affirmative and validating that you are on path, whatever that path may be, dear path traveler. What's the situation itself? Okay, however, with the Eight of Swords here, to me it's an indication that it's actually very hard to navigate. This path or these seeds of ideas and ambitions and new directions that you have planted for yourself, that you have set for yourself as new goals, new let's say, new plans are now starting to show themselves coming into it, but the reality for you is that it's turning out to be extremely hard to navigate. It's almost like the farther you go on your path, the more complex and more, let's say, what's the word? The more, let's say, the more you have to pay attention to, like, your navigation systems. Hold on, how can I describe this? Like, now these are not watery cards or anything, but you know kind of what it's like. Have you seen those old-fashioned submarine movies, or even modern submarine movies, where there's these underwater submarine drama films? And some of them have storylines where it becomes extremely difficult to navigate because you've only got a certain amount of information available to you. And you have to make critical decisions that you cannot make. Because you are on a path. You are on a journey. And that's the only way I can describe it. It's like with the submarine movie, where you're having to use measurements and information and reflections and sonar and all sorts of static that comes to you from every kind of different direction that is not easy to interpret, or which of course makes it very challenging to make very clear decisions when there's so much information coming from so many different directions that have to be acknowledged, and then they have to be interpreted before you can come to any concrete decisions about what to do and how to do it in order to stay on path. Okay? So in other words, here's another way. Imagine a compass. Like, it might be feeling like, oh, the compass is really like misbehaving right now. Like, how on earth am I supposed to navigate my life when all the instruments are sending signals that are hard to understand? Okay, let me go back over here. All right, so but life goes on. So with the Eight of Pentacles, with the Eight of Swords here, the journey continues, but it might feel as though there's a bit of a maze. Often when I see this card, I think of the energy of a maze, where there is a path, there is direction, there is a way to go, but it's just the process of learning to navigate and finding out how to navigate through the maze so you can get forward and keep moving on the path of destiny. Okay? So what are the problems here, apart from the obvious problem right here? What's the challenges? Okay, so with the Five of Pentacles here, this is going to sound strange, but in some ways this is actually good for you, because it makes me feel as though it's really taking you to the next level. Path Traveler Edition 2. You know, like how they have cars. I'm not saying you're a car, but you know how like the Ford Thunderbird, 1966, then the 68, and then the 72. Or then you have, or like a Lexus or a Honda or something, and then they put the new, Path Traveler 2021 edition, and everything's coming out, the new version of it. Everything is constantly evolving and changing, and so with the Five of Wands, my feeling is that you're feeling like there's a lot of, I'm not saying pressure here, but the challenge is to navigate and go forward. This is going to sound, I don't know. It's actually helping you grow stronger, even though it might feel as though it's making you have to deal with a lot of pressure that you really can't handle, that you don't want, and you don't feel that you really need. And so there's part of it is just like, am I really going to benefit from this? Am I really going to prosper? Am I really going to grow? Do I really have the skills to overcome these challenges? To me, it looks like there's the energy of extreme doubt of succeeding in a very competitive, challenging environment. And that's understandable, especially with this energy here. So, if there's like fear, what's that? Okay, so, we've been talking about this. I've been talking about this with Path Traveler, with Love Triber a lot, because I'm trying to learn things about money and finance. Because I wrote a book about it, so I feel like I need to learn more. And I learned these little catchphrases like FUD, F-U-D. F-U-D stands for fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Okay, so there's that energy. There's another one that I learned is called FOMO. That's the fear of missing out. That's FOMO. So you add FUD, add FOMO. That's a lot of like, how on earth am I going to cope? Oh no. And yet, with the Five of Wands there, even though you might have doubts that you can handle all this FUD, how am I going to handle all this FOMO? How am I going to handle all this FUD? To me, the Five of Wands is saying, number one, yes, it's very challenging, but we grow through our challenges, and this too shall pass. So how are we going to deal with this right now? Okay, this is going to sound like a strange interpretation path, but it feels like this is what's meant to be. Like you were born in this lifetime out of previous lifetimes to be here now for these specific moments in history that are happening today. I've talked about this with a few people, especially Love Triber, about how people are deliberately reincarnate themselves to appear again in historical periods of time. From the perspective of spirit, time is a little bit fuzzy. This is called November the 1st, 2020 in terms of human measurements. But in spirit, there's a very tangible so-called future, and there's still a very tangible, measurable so-called past. And in spirit, it's in some ways, it's all happening simultaneously. It's very hard to describe. Einstein could talk about it better than I can. It's the theory of relativity. Anyway, to me, it looks like what is happening for you right now, Path Traveler, is predestined, predetermined from past lives where things were unresolved, misunderstood, and never brought to any kind of healthy, fulfilling conclusion. And you are now here in this lifetime with what you can consider soulmates in order to deal with these things now, in this lifetime. And the way to deal with it is obviously through heart energy. In other words, you might be very, very consumed with a heavily overstimulated mental energy right now, whereas the best solution might be to literally just hang out with your soulmate buddies for a while and enjoy the comfort. Almost might be fun to take a little time out and kind of do something that is, let's say, nothing to do with any of this, and allow yourself to have these what I would call like soulmate conversations where you could perhaps discuss this kind of thing, share these kind of things in the context of soulmates who understand you, instead of having to be a singular entity, a singular person, an individual who's trying to solve all these things by themselves. A lot of these things you can't solve by yourselves. We're here for each other. I think this is very much to do with be with your loved ones, allow your loved ones to be with you, share what you can with them, and allow them to share what they can with you in very loving, let's say, it's almost like You know, when you see the Three of Cups and you see that energy of harmony, being with your loved ones and enjoying their company and them enjoying your company, I think that's what's happening here right now. It might be an idea to initiate something in the near future to hang out with loved ones so that you don't feel so lost and so alone. I'm not saying to distract yourself, but I'm saying to remind yourself that there's more to life than just trying to solve the problems. It's almost like the more problems that you try to solve as they come to you, the more problems will come to you. And then it just becomes overwhelmed. It just becomes complete overwhelm. Like, wow, I just solved that problem and now I have 2 problems. And then when you solve those 2 problems, that becomes 4 problems. When you solve those 4 problems, that becomes 8, and so on and so on. And it becomes too complicated. So to me it looks like it's in the near future. I'm not sure right now, but I'm not sure if I want to put a timestamp on this, but it would be really, really good right now to kind of perhaps detach a little bit and do something really warm and fuzzy that's almost nothing to do with this. You know, like, how can I describe that? Like, the thing is, Path, you're a very capable person, okay? And sometimes what happens with people who are very capable, they attract more and more challenges to them. And it's just like, well, wait a minute, what about me? But you don't, if you're not programmed to set aside time for you just to feel warm and fuzzy and hang out with loved ones, then you can just keep going forward, and the more problems that you solve, the more problems you attract. And it's just like, that's not life. You know, there's more to life than solving problems and constantly trying to figure out how to deal with the next challenge. Okay? Now, I'm not telling you how to disconnect or how to connect with loved ones. Maybe we should have like a Tarot Illumination group meeting. I was promising that to somebody recently. I can't remember, but I never followed up on it. It might be an idea to have like a group hug session with, some of the members, like Tarot Illumination Love Tribe members. Maybe we could do that. Maybe like, maybe this Friday or something, Friday evening, Pacific time. I don't know. It's just an idea. Something that's nothing to do with anything except hanging out and having beverages together. Literally. With being with your soulmates. Allowing your soulmates to be with you. And set aside the problem solving. Set aside the navigating. Understanding that life is going to go on. You're being challenged and you will grow from the challenges. And it's not the end of the world. I hope that helps. Vegas, baby. Multidimensional is good. Thank you, Gabby. You're really coming up with some gems tonight, Gabby. Thank you. Okay. People are finally getting me. I saw your notes there, Pat. Next up, it's Tina. I hope you're still here, Tina. I hope you're taking it easy. I know it's been very up and down for you lately. I somehow or other, I don't know how you do it, but you manage to find a lot of joy in between the cracks of life. I don't know how you do it, but that's what I sense from here. Okay, we got Tina, then we're going to read for Robin, then read for Karen. Tina's there. Got you. I see you, Tina. Got you. I remember from your super chat orange box window when you wrote in, you just put one question mark. So I just filled it all up with question marks. Let's see what's going on, okay? Oh God, everyone's coming to Vegas now. Oh God. What have I done? Oh God. All right, Tina. Good night, Path. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the kindness and generosity, too. Oh, man. Vegas, baby. Yeah. All right, let's see what's going on. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. And here's how we're going to handle it. Okay? In a second, we're going to look over here, see what the weather's like for you, Tina. But right now, I need a beverage. Give me a second. Cheers. I love my electrolytes now. I never knew about that until recently. Ever since I had that heat stroke a few months ago, I discovered the benefits of electrolytes. As you know what, I'm going to get an extra special little beverage. I'm going to put on a very short, quick little tune for you. And we'll be right back. So hang in, Tina. Good night, Path. Take care of yourself. Sleep well. I'm going to, let's see, I have to go over here. So give me a second. I'm only going to be a minute or so. I just need to get a beverage, okay? Yay. Okay, thank you for your patience, everybody. And let's get back over here now. Oh, look what I found. How nice. Very soothing. All right. Let's put this over here out of the trouble's way. All right, so Tina, let's have a look. Actually, before I read this, I don't know what. I just felt something, Tina. Like there's. It's like things feel very intense right now. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but there's a lot of intensity. It is Scorpio season, so things naturally can be quite intense at those periods. Sun is in Scorpio right now. I think Mercury's over there in Libra, retrograde. It'll be back in Scorpio soon enough. And then things will move on. There's a tremendous amount of tension between the Mars Capricorn, the Aries Capricorn angles, for example, and the Mercury opposite Chiron is very delicate, and the Sun opposite Uranus is, let's say, quite intense, a little bit destabilizing. So you have the Sun kind of opposing, excuse me, the Sun opposing Uranus. So you have this energy of the Sun wants to be bright, free, happy, creative, expressive, just bold and fulfilled. And Uranus in Taurus is like how you know Taurus is a very fixed energy. It likes things to be very, very stable. And so then you have Uranus in Taurus, which is very destabilizing for the Taurus energy. And so you get this energy, you get this polarity going on where you would feel it. I'm not saying you necessarily personally, Tina, but I'm just talking about people. Some people might be sensitive to this energy where I just want to be me. This is the solar energy. Forget the sun sign. I just want to be me. The sun energy. I just want to be my full sun solar self. And then the Uranus energy is like, I just want to break away from anything and everything that obstructs me from being me. And so you would see that from the polarity and the opposition. So from over here, your solar self, you might be observing things or situation or people or circumstances that are limiting your personal freedom to be you or Tina Miller or anybody. And so there's an urge to break free from any kind of bonds, restrictions, commitments, limitations, extremely frustrating things that limit your ability to just be your own natural, unique self, okay? You are you. I see your notes there. You are you. Got it, okay? You have Sun conjunct Neptune. Okay, so when you have Sun conjunct anything, the Sun can be so powerful because it is the dominant force in our solar system. Everything orbits around the Sun, including Earth and all the planets and the asteroids and so on. But when you get the Sun very, very tightly conjunct another planet, the Sun can almost blind the energy of the other planet from being able to communicate openly. Like if the Sun is over here in the chart and Neptune is over here, then the Neptune energy can express itself openly, the Sun energy expresses itself openly. But when the Sun and another planet are very tight, the Sun can typically outshine, and so it can be very difficult to handle the Neptune energy and to be able to discern and understand what the limitations might be. Also, what can happen anywhere that wherever Neptune is placed in the chart, there can be the potential for idealization and things being really beautiful and then discovering that they're not quite that way. Sometimes we end up with disappointment, disillusion, betrayal, lies, treachery, deception, when initially things appeared so good. And so when the Sun is conjunct Neptune, it might be very hard at times to be able to discern when things are good for you or when things are not good for you, or when somebody's energy is good for you or not good for you, or whether you're being fooled or screwed over or duped or betrayed or not. Just very difficult because the Sun is so bright, it just outshines the energy of the other planets. Okay, let's have a look. What kind of energy are we looking at here? Okay, this is very much about liberty, liberation, Uranus energy, Uranian energy. Oh, hold on. You have Sun conjunct in the 12th house opposing the Taurus energy. I can't remember. Do you have actual Taurus planets in your chart? I can't remember, Tina. But with the Judgment card here, this is a screaming loud message from the heavens above, okay? The heavens above, that freedom, liberation, is a very important theme for you right now. Okay? So Uranus is in Taurus right now, and that is opposing Scorpio energy right now. And it's kind of a long-term transit where okay, I guess I'm basically relating this to Uranus and Taurus, where the Uranus and Taurus energy is basically saying, I demand freedom. I want freedom. I deserve freedom. I need liberation. I like to liberate others from the shackles, limitations of their life, and I like to be liberated from the shackles and limitations of my life. This is very much to me, it's a very powerful healing energy of releasing and letting go of anything that is not working for you, and allowing yourself to be released from anything that's not working for other people, for example. So there's the liberation, and there's no judgment, there's no blame, there's no fault, whatever they call it. Just things are the way they are. So, for example, before I actually get into the reading itself, when I see that card there, what I'm sensing is like, it's really important to grant yourself permission to have some freedom. Because from what I've sensed from the past, you've made a lot of big moves and big decisions lately. A lot of them are very generous decisions, very selfless decisions to make yourself almost like a liberator for these other people in your life, close friends and family and so on. And which is great. But what I'm sensing here is, don't forget yourself, okay? Please give yourself permission to have a bit of freedom too. So you don't have to take on the world. You don't have to save the world. You allow yourself to breathe, to expand, to enjoy, enjoy relationships, enjoy everything out there that is not you, okay? And I think the real message is, it's like, give yourself permission to be like almost like wild and free. Like if all of a sudden, like, I don't want to do this, and I'll forget it. Or like all of a sudden, you know what? I feel I want to do this. Or like all of a sudden, I had no idea about that I ever felt this way or that way. But you allow all that stuff to come to the surface. It's really, really beneficial for you to kind of, to me it feels like to almost indulge yourself in a bit of wildness, a bit of self-indulgence. Liberate yourself. And don't feel you have to go around saving everybody and anything else 100% just them. Allow yourself to receive the energy of a liberation too. Okay, let's have a look over here. Okay, let's say, what's the situation? Okay, with the Strength card here, my feeling is that there's a little bit of an internal battle going on right now where you have set very clear, strong, and noble goals. Strategies, ambitions, desired outcomes, things that need to be taken care of, that need bold action, courage, and strength to do so. But again, this energy is very much based from, I would say, the three-dimensional egoic self. Whereas it looks to me from this card, there's another, like a very much more subtle message going on here where the theme right now is that it's great to have such strength, such conviction, such self-awareness, because you're one of the people on this channel, Tina, you put huge amounts of work into know thyself, self-awareness, and that's great. It's working for you. But with the message of the Strength card here, to me it feels like give yourself a break, allow yourself to experience something above and beyond whatever plans you've kind of got all laid out, and like official plans. We're going to do this, we're going to do that. I've determined we're going to do this. This is what's good for us. I can help you to do this. I can help you to do that. And that's great. But it's also cool to, like, it would be really cool to, like, dial it back a little bit and allow yourself to be kind of more what I would call free floating, more like more in touch with spirit in such a way that you don't have to be totally on your game all the time, every day, kind of being a superhero. And instead, it's okay to, like, just check out now and again and get in touch with spirit, get to know this other aspect of yourself, like the more spiritual aspects of your being, even though you've already done so much work on yourself already. Okay? There's still more to learn. And the thing is, when you're a very strong, capable person, a lot of people depend on you, and you realize that you can be good for other people, but you are on you have a life of your own that you need to live, where it would be really beneficial for you to me it feels like, give yourself permission to step back a little bit and enjoy like, I don't know how to, it's like to almost, like, this is going to sound weird, almost like to trip out a little bit, like, you know how, like, I'm doing right now. Like, sometimes I do these things where I tell myself, you know what, I don't care about astrology, I don't care about tarot, I don't care about money, I don't care about my channel, I don't care about anything. I just want to have a little sip, chillax, hang out with my buddies, chat with Love Triber, play with the cats, have a barbecue, you know, and all the goals and ambitions and the things that have to be done, leave it for now. So that's kind of what I'm sensing here. Excuse me, let me go back. Thank you, Gabby. You're coming in with some real gems tonight. golden little nuggets. Very valuable. Thank you. I see that on the chat. So what's the problem here? Before I even look at this card, I'm already sensing that, like when you're very driven, because Tina, you're one of these people who's kind of, capable, and you get stuff done. You're able to handle lots of pressure and responsibility. So you don't even think about it. You just handle life, and then life comes to you, and then more stuff has to be handled, and so on. But you do deserve a break, okay? And so, what's the challenge here? Perhaps it's like being able to give yourself permission to have a bit of freedom. Like Gabby said, enjoy your freedom. So, what's the challenge here? Okay, you may feel, to me it feels like you may feel as though you have to be... Okay, Tina, please don't be offended here, but it feels to me like you don't really like anybody telling you how you feel or telling you what to do or how to do it, and you would be resistant to that because you're already pretty good at being self-determining and being effective in this life for yourself and for other people. And then having to listen to a reading like this, where you're getting these little nuggets coming from Gabby Girl and myself, where the message is like, it's a really powerful, simple message, but it's like a message that you don't want to hear because, if you are, it's almost like a compulsive caregiver from birth, and you've been living it as a career, and now you're making it kind of a mission later in life, with loved ones and so on. It's almost like, where's the time for you? This is very awkward because I'm sure you do award yourself time for yourself and you give yourself permission to be you, but it feels to me from over here that it's always under the condition that you still have the mission to take care of, and you never give yourself a chance to disengage from the mission. And so to me it feels like the real problem here is having to listen to some very simple messages, very powerful, very simple messages that you would rather not hear because it's like defiance. It's like, hey TL, are you literally just telling me what to do? Hey Gabby Girl, are you telling me what to do? I already know what to do. I know how to live my life. Like I'm the boss of me. I don't need anyone to be the boss of me. I can do that myself. But I think the message here is that in a very simple way, it's okay to relax. It's okay to chillax now and again and not have a mission for the day, not have a goal for the day, not have a set thing that has to be done and achieved by today in order to live this rich and fulfilling life. Because it feels to me like you set these high standards for yourself, high expectations, high well, I just said it, standards and expectations, okay? Oh, I just saw your note there. Okay. My hardest problem is saying no. Okay. So maybe the whole, this is a weird reading. Honestly, for me it feels very weird here. Like maybe you needed to get into this reading right now tonight just to read your own words on the screen. My hardest problem is saying no. And then it's very hard for you to admit that to yourself because if it really is your toughest problem to say no, then you can see how your inability, it's almost like a crippling inability to say no, leaves you shackled and tied into a three-dimensional world, okay? Whereas Spirit is telling you through this reading and through the people on the screen here in the chat that it might be okay for you to, maybe say no now and again. This isn't the Queen of Swords. This is very much to do with authority and power and wisdom and knowledge and truth, unequivocal truth, executed in masterful ways, okay? And it's like maybe, the biggest problem is to acknowledge the words that you just wrote on the screen, In other words, my hardest problem is saying no. And let's say you're in a situation where deep down inside, you shouldn't say no. You would like to say no. You wish you had the strength and the courage and the power to say no, but you can't because of the fear of consequences or what it might be. Then that's a legitimate fear, okay? But can you see how how it's a trap? How a deep fear and a deep challenge, a really heavy challenge of saying no is actually like a trap. Because if you're willing to say no, that can be extremely liberating for yourself and for others. I understand. I think I'm understanding the reading a bit better now. Now, how are we going to deal with this? Okay, to me it feels like, and you just said something else on the screen. Normally I don't do readings where I'm constantly referencing the chat, but I'm seeing things like it says here, what was it? Sorry. I saw something on the screen about, what was it? Something about a natural hermit. Was that you, Tina? Wait a minute. What? I am a natural hermit. Okay. Okay, so when I see the Ten of Cups here, my feeling it's like the way to deal with the situation here is to give yourself a break. And if you are a natural hermit, let's just say being a natural hermit is a very, very deeply ingrained habit. It doesn't necessarily have to be a complete lifestyle, okay? Let's say you are a natural hermit. But in order to benefit from this reading, in order to have a bit of freedom, sense a bit of life above and beyond your three-dimensional reality as it exists right now, it's almost like to do the last thing you would ever imagine doing, which would be to kind of like we were talking about on the other reading, where, like with Path, we were talking about the Six of Cups, hanging out with loved ones from the past. To me, it feels like it's important to like put yourself in the number one position for a while, and don't worry about feeling like you have to give a lot of yourself and be so kind and generous to others, and never having the ability to say no. Like if somebody wants ice cream, or they want to go here, or they want to go there, can you take care of the kids? Can you help me sort this out? Can you help me with some work or chores or whatever? And you never say no. To me it looks like flip it around, turn it around completely, and have some kind of, this is going to sound awful, but a little bit of self-respect, where you give yourself permission to be happy in a family context where it's like really for you. Like it's almost like you could And this is, again, this is not the Three of Cups, but to me it feels like it might be fun to host a place where, I don't know, it's like a family. To me it feels like it's not a party. This is not the Four of Wands. This is not the Three of Cups. Oh God, this is going to sound weird, but like, give yourself permission to be like with your soul mate family. Okay? Very sort of similar to what we talked about over here with Path. Because, for example, Path has set very high standards for herself. She's gone to bed already, so she's not hearing this. But she needs a little bit of love and kindness and TLC, okay? And the way to do that is no one's going to give it to you. I think, Tina, this is something that you're going to have to award to yourself. Like, it might be time for you to award yourself some kind of vacation, a little bit of a break, to be with loved ones, chosen loved ones, as opposed to loved ones by obligation. This is very, very much a family card, but I would like to extend this above and beyond family to the point of liberating yourself from family ties and aligning yourself with like people that you would like to associate with as though they were family. For example, like we were talking, like if we could just make it happen, like right now we were all really rich, we could all hang out with ourselves and each other, then some of us here would all have a gathering. We would all meet up someplace and we would have a family gathering for us, we the people, as opposed to like family gathering in terms of your actual genetic, biological family, okay? You're working on volunteering with your local German Shepherd Rescue. That's very much a liberating thing. That's very liberating. Don't worry, be happy card. Thank you, Nikki. So, I guess it really is, it does come down to, you've got to work, whatever it is that makes you happy, that you can put your arms around it, embrace it, so that you feel deeply loved and you are deeply loving at the same time. This is very much about sharing love, being loving, and being loved, okay? So, all right, Tina, so, okay, for that German Shepherd thing, okay? So, that's an example of being loving and being loved. It doesn't have to, the Ten of Cups here doesn't necessarily have to be humans, I guess. You've already got your hands full, and it's almost like you can't help yourself, okay? It can be so satisfying to liberate others. I know I get a big kick out of it. Personally, I feel like I've been kind of instrumental in unshackling some people in my life from their limitations, and then giving them a glimpse of like a bigger, broader, wider perspective of life that they would never have had. And so I guess the reading for me feels like my job is to tell you through the reading that you deserve a break and that there is more out there, and kind of go for it and give yourself permission to be happy. Give yourself permission to share the love. Be loving and be loved. And if, for example, like if if the family, like the receiving end of people, it's already at a point of saturation where you can't help them much anymore except on a day-to-day basis. So what more can you do? And yet you still want liberation for yourself. If the German Shepherd thing, for example, is a pathway, then perhaps you could follow that, where you become very liberating for the shepherds by offering your time, and you receive the love in return, okay? Because I know you're very connected to these animals. You can't help it. So that's possibly a good way to go, you know. But it's really about liberation, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Okay, we're getting into the Constitution here. Forget it. Okay, I'm going to stop talking now, Tina. By the way, Tina, actually I should share this with you directly. Hey, Tina, when I was a little baby boy, my parents, we lived in this sort of gated, a small gated house in Lima, Peru. And I was just a little boy, and there's always worry about, like, you know, like anybody else, you could have security locks and doors and gates or whatever. And so I was often left out in the back garden, in the grass in the garden. And my parents, they bought me. I mean, I didn't ask for it because I didn't even know what dogs were. I was such a little kid. But they bought a German Shepherd to look after me. And so, can you imagine just a little boy and then a German Shepherd? A German Shepherd is huge to a little boy. And so I kind of have a soft spot for German Shepherds myself, because I was taken care of and guarded by a German Shepherd. This German Shepherd was extremely protective of me. And I'm very happy and grateful for that. Because the way we lived at that time, there was a lot of uncertainty in the world, and we didn't know the city or the culture or anything. And so my parents decided, yeah, you know, our little boy, he needs a German Shepherd. And that's it. So that's what happened. Every now and again, the German Shepherd would get a little bit jealous of me because my mom would snuggle me and coddle me, you know. And then the German Shepherd would get jealous. Like, oh, what about me? I'm here taking care of this little thing, and what about me? And so what would happen after my mom would put me down on the ground or the grass to go play with the German Shepherd, the dog's name was Tuka. Tuka. Sometimes Tuka would come up to me. I would be walking around, and he would come up to me and he would knock me over, like, woof, to say, like, Akyu, Akyu, I'm just as important as you are. You wouldn't be here if it wasn't for me. Akyu. And he would kind of knock me over, and then I would have to get up again, and then he would knock me over. So it was kind of fun, but the way my parents saw it, it was jealousy. Jealousy from Tuka. Woo! All right, let's have a look here. I hope that helps you, Tina. What's this, BU? Hold on, I'm seeing stuff on the chat that I didn't notice before. I don't know what it all means because I was trying to do a reading and I don't know what you guys are talking about. BU, you were raised with shepherds? My aunt had a descendant of Rin Tin Tin. Now Prince was here. Oh. 81 pounds. That sounds pretty big to me. 69 pounds. That sounds very big too. All right, Robin, let's see what's going on. Jeez, that's huge. All right. What's that? What's that stuff there on the screen, Tina? I don't understand that. SAR work. Not sure I want to continue in Houston. Got to deal with some bone issues. What's that? Like, what is that? Bone cancer or arthritis or what do they call it? Decalcification or something? Where osteoporosis or something? I can't remember. But anyway. We can work on that another time, Tina, okay? Not sure you want to stay in Houston. Well, Tina, I know you just arrived there. You've only been there, what, barely a year. Osteoarthritis. Okay, that's what it is, yeah. Also, I don't understand what that is with SAR. SAR work. Not sure I want to continue in Houston. Okay, so again, that judgment card about liberty and freedom. If you feel that Houston is actually a limitation and you have the agility and freedom of movement available and open to you, then it's probably something you need to have an open conversation about that. So, search and rescue. Okay. Okay, search and SAR, search and rescue. Let's have a look. So, okay. So, yeah, search and rescue. I guess if that's something what you're talking about, volunteering your time with the dog. If the osteoarthritis, if that is something that's bothering you, Tina, then obviously you don't want to set yourself up for a fall. Literally, you don't want to do anything that's going to put more pressure on the bones than you can handle, or anything more than that's good for healthy for you. You know, Tina, sometimes I get the feeling that your natural energy level is very intense and you can't help it, and that's just how you are. And the search and rescue thing is a new version of your caregiving, because I think, from what I remember, you were an ER nurse or an ICU nurse or a trauma nurse for a long time, and that just became natural for you. So if you're naturally, it's like being a first responder, like the ICU or firemen or those healthcare responders that go out in the front lines. You can't help it. Some people are just built that way. Okay. You've already had a knee replaced, left knee, and the hip is bothering now. Oh gosh. I don't know too much about osteoarthritis, but I imagine it's pretty uncomfortable. And then having to deal with the limitations would be very frustrating. So obviously you don't want to set yourself up for a fall or put any more pressure on the limbs and the joints than is wise or what is healthy for you. In which case, that would mean having to face some really stark truths about life. Well, what am I going to do now? Search and rescue takes several years before the dogs are ready. Wow. I can't imagine what that's like. You have to have a very close bond with the animal. I would imagine it would be quite demanding on the physical body to be involved with the volunteer time with the dogs and all of that. And your dogs need to work. I see that. I see there. I see that. All right, Robin, let's have a look. What's going on? Okay, this is good. We're clear. We're ready to go. Hello, Necessary Truths. I have to shuffle again. Excuse me. Sorry, Robin. I think you've been here for the last few weeks, Robin. I think I sensed that there was a lot of instability. To me, it was all, when I remember, it was triggered by that crazy thing where the alarms went off in the sprinkler system went off in the apartment, and that really, really shook things up. Do you remember that? Well, I'm sure you do, but I'm remembering that right now. And ever since that event, there's been a lot of what I sense is instability in your life. Like, well, what am I going to do now? What now? What now? What now? What now? What am I supposed to do? Where am I supposed to be? How am I supposed to be? Why am I supposed to be the way I'm supposed to be? And so on and so on. A lot of stuff up in the air. There's a lot of volatility right now. 2 months ago, I predicted that October was going to be an extremely volatile month. And lo and behold, it was, and it still is. And we're going into November. Things are going to change quite a bit, because in November, 2 of the retrogrades are going to slip away. So we're going to have by the middle and towards the end of November, there's going to be a kind of a surge. Like we're all going to feel like we're caught on a big wave and it's moving forward, and we're not being sucked back into the undertow so much anymore. And then we might be, because we've had so many big retrogrades for so long, that the feeling of now moving forward actively with 2 big retrogrades, only 2, like Uranus and Neptune, which will be very hard to discern, we might be feeling as though we're getting forced by destiny or fate forward into these new chapters of life that we haven't hardly had a time to process or study or prepare for, and yet it's happening anyway. So, Robin, if you're feeling as though momentum or pressure is building up for change or surges, or where there might not be much predictability ahead, that would be understandable, okay? Robin's birthday was the 27th, Tina. Hi, Necessary Truth. Robin, when's your birthday? 27th. October 27th, so that's a Scorpio. So you're in Scorpio season right now. It can be very intense. All right, here we go. Let's have a look. Karen, I hope you're still here. I think it's what, lunchtime for you or early afternoon for you. We're going to read for you next, okay? Here we go. Let's try this again. All right, Robin. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at the weather for you. Okay, it's the same planets, but it affects everybody differently. I mean, it's the same, in terms of the physics and the gravitational pull of the planets, it's a universal theme. I didn't make an astrodoodle for tonight, but it's the same energy, but it affects each of us in different ways. Okay, so I've got the Queen of Swords here. My feeling is that this is a really strong message that you're going to have to make some really tough decision, Robin. Tough decisions to put a final piece of punctuation in your life. That there are certain things that are just no longer acceptable, and it just has to stop. Okay, you can't let yourself dwell in indecision about, well, maybe this or maybe that. We need clarity. We need succinct, pure, unambiguous clarity right now in terms of what works for you, Robin. Anything that works for you, bring it on. Anything that does not work for you needs to go. So we could do that little tarot illumination thing that I like to do frequently for myself. It's kind of a, it's really simple. It's almost, I do this like, I do these little prayers at night. Like, sometimes I don't even address my invisible friends or spirit guides or anything. I call them my invisible friends. I just kind of look upwards and I talk to heaven. Okay, it's like prayers. You know, everybody prays whether they know it or not. And what I do is one of the things that I do frequently, I have about 6 or 7 little prayers that I repeat over and over and over and over again. I've kind of distilled everything down to a few essentials, and that's really all I need, so that's all I do. And one of them is, please bring to me that which is mine. Please take away from me that which is not mine. Okay, that's one of them. And then there's a variation on that. Okay? It's more of a statement of fact, a statement of truth. It's like an affirmation. Whatever is mine comes to me. Whatever is not mine moves away. Another way you can say it, Robin, is like this. Whatever is mine, come to me. Whatever is not mine, move away. Okay? So what you're doing is you're streamlining your life to the core essentials. And you're allowing your invisible friends and the healing power of love to work for you by invocation. So you don't have to do all the heavy lifting on your own. You can literally invoke the energy. Please bring to me that which is mine. Please take away from me that which is not mine. And that could be anything. Whatever is yours. It could be an obligation. It could be a debt. It could be information. It could be a reward. It could be liberation. It could be relief. It could be a little nugget of truth and wisdom. It could be a present. It could be awareness or knowledge or an experience or a person. And it could have, you could say, either a so-called a negative or a positive connotation, but it is yours. And then you have it. And once you have it, then you have a chance to be in the now, in the healing power of now. The power, all the power is in the now. And so, at the same time, when you're bringing everything to that which is yours, and you're releasing everything that's not yours, it's very, very liberating. It's kind of a way of getting yourself to the position where you are living in the now, in the moment, where kind of nothing else matters. It doesn't matter what's happening with the politics, with the economy, with your friends, your family, your loved ones, your apartment, your finances. Just whatever is, look at it that way, Robin, whatever is yours, let it come to you. Whatever is not yours, let it move away. So you can, just copy that, or you can, reword it to suit yourself. But it's very simple, it's very pure, it's very powerful, and it helps to bring things into focus. And I think that's what the Queen of Swords is saying here. Robin, it's time. It is time. It's time for you to invite that which is truly yours to come to you. And for whatever is truly not yours, it's time to say goodbye, to let it go, to release it, to extinguish it, to tell it to F off if necessary. Okay? Now, so what's the situation itself? Okay, to me, some people don't like this card because it resonates so much with solitude and having nowhere else to go except inside and to the self. And it might make you feel like it's a card of loneliness, but it's also a card of realization where ultimately we all have to accept that we are our own unique individuals. And as much as life is experienced in the context of relationship and reflection from other people and other circumstances and other experiences, ultimately it is you and it's your life. And so I'm talking about that on the grand scale, but what I actually really sensed here to some extent is that if you're feeling alone or solitary or isolated or left out, and you're feeling uncomfortable about that in some way, shape, or form, it's time to acknowledge that. There's nothing wrong with that. Because human beings are very, very social animals. We're very gregarious. We need other people. We literally cannot function without other people. However, we have to be aware of our own unique identities. And so I think what's happening in the reading at this point is that there's a lot of pressure on you, Robin, to filter out any kind of delusions or illusions or falsehoods or expectations that you might have set for yourself about how life is, what it is, and how it should be, and instead to accept life exactly how it is. Nothing more and nothing less, and that it is all about you. And that can be sometimes a very shocking, lonely, scary realization. And you might put as much effort as you could possibly imagine into trying to manifest this and manifest that and have this kind of life or make life go this way or that way. But to me, what this looks like is a message about centering the self in the self, no matter how uncomfortable it is, and realizing, well, this is it. I am Robin's Realms Readings. I have this, this, and this. I am that, that, and that. I have lived this much life. I have this much more life to live. I have these skills, talents, gifts, and resources. And that's who I am. That is my identity. That is my nature. And ultimately, I have to accept that and deal with it. I can't outsource my life to anyone else. I can't, let's say, fool myself with very what I would call elaborate spiritual games where I think I'm being really let's say pure and honest with myself and my spiritual journey, and instead, okay, let me just say this another way. Hold on, Robin. I don't know if you've ever been like this or been in these situations, Robin, where let's say you go to a group yoga session or some kind of, self-help group or something. And you're thinking this is so cool. I've learned the step 1 and program 1, program 2, program 3. And then each program has section 1, section 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And you learn these prayers and that prayers, or you learn this yoga pose or that yoga pose, or whatever it is. And you're doing everything by the book, and there's still something not working. It's just I'm doing everything right, and it's still not working. That's kind of what I'm sensing here. And then you come to this realization oh my God, it kind of doesn't even matter if I do yoga. It doesn't even matter if I study spiritual ascendance. I still end up just being me, living with myself, and that's me in the mirror, and that's it. That's all it ever is. That's all it ever will be. For the better or for the worse. That's it. And sometimes that's really hard for people to accept, because people are always feeling that life can be better, should be better, has to be better, and will be better, so long as I determine that it will be so. And then yet, despite best efforts, you still end up left like with, So I suffer from that sometimes, okay, Robin? Like, I'll do all sorts of things, and I'll realize, oh my God, I'm still just left with the same old TL I ever... it's just like, what can I do? Things are the way they are. I still end up just being me, and that's it. And sometimes I get really frustrated with being just me. Like, there's other me's that I could have, would have, should have been. Like, I could have been that, I could have been that, I should have been this, I should have been that. But right now, all I am is me, and for better or worse. And sometimes it's really hard to accept. And that's kind of what I'm sensing here for you. It's just like, is that it? Is that it, Tarot Illumination? You're telling me that this is how I am and this is who I am, and that's it? I can't outsource my problems. I can't magnify or improve my wonderful self. Well, you can in theory, but it's still at some point you have to accept that who you are right now is how you are and who you are right now. Nothing more, nothing less. And then sometimes it's just like, damn. Okay. I hope that makes sense, Robin. So what's the challenge here? Okay, it looks to me that you are doing everything possible to avoid some kind of grief, some kind of sadness, some kind of painful feelings in your life, in your world. And it might be that they're so painful that you hardly even dare acknowledge them, talk about them, share them, or even look at them like in yourself, because it might trigger so much pain. That's understandable. I have a lot of deep wounds. I have a lot of deep suffering, and energy flows where attention goes. And if I linger on all my pain and suffering and my grief for too long, whether it's for someone else or for myself, I can get into a very, very sad, miserable state. And I think it's the same thing with you, Robin, in that you might be one of these people who feels things very, very deeply, to the point where it's so deep that you can take on the pain of others as though it's your pain, and then you end up taking on the collective pain of the world, and it's so much pain, it's crippling. And then you realize, oh, I can't live that way. I have to live in this like spiritually ascended manner, always trying to be on top of things and make sure that everything's good and right, rather than accepting things exactly as they are, which might be a little bit painful and a little bit solitary. And who wants to admit that? I don't like admitting that sometimes I feel very broken and damaged. I don't like admitting that basically I'm just me living my life, and sure, I've got relationships here and there. I love this person loves me. I've had this, I've had that. I've failed at this, I've failed at that. I've succeeded at it. It doesn't matter. I think right now, at this very moment in time, it's kind of very, very simple. We need to clarify and simplify things. But it's actually, looks to me like it's very, very hard for you to do. Let's have a look. How are we going to deal with this? Because this looks actually very difficult to deal with. An extremely challenging situation to deal with. Especially, Robin, because you're spiritually inclined. You're built with compassion, and you care. And in some ways that might be a bit of a curse. We need to take care of you now. How are we going to deal with this? Okay, so we've got the Justice card here. To me, it feels like going back to the very beginning of the reading. To me, it feels like kind of going in a big circle where we start at the very, very beginning. We just stop everything you're doing. You know, all whatever habits that you have to try and keep yourself like up and alert and like in tune, whatever meditations you do. To me, it feels like it's time to set all of these things aside, whatever chores you have, responsibilities, whatever ambitions and dreams you have, whatever, all that stuff out there. To me, it feels like what the essence of what right now is distilling everything down into extreme basics. Please, I don't know how to say it. Please bring to me that which is mine. I guess it's better to say, please bring to me that which is mine. Please take away from me that which is not mine. And then just leave it at that. And then let it happen. And it might not be fun. And it might not be pretty. But it feels to me is like this is what you really need. And then everything that happens, if it's like a really painful awareness or a really joyful awareness, whatever thing it is, when I see the justice card at the end of the reading there, to me that looks like a big harmonizer where everything is brought into harmony. Like, whatever that is. Like, what's that yoga thing where you're like, everything is brought into harmony and balance. Everything is exactly as it should be. And why is that so? Because it can't be any other way. The best way to get there is to ask for that which is yours to come to you and ask for that which is not yours to be removed, to move away. Okay? And then you arrive at that point of balance where everything is balanced out. Karma, anger, joy, and you reach this point of so that's what I feel. I feel the idea is to get from a lot of activity, outsourcing, trying to create happiness, trying to invoke this, trying to use all your most advanced skills and talents and spiritual abilities to, let's say, make something happen according to the will of Robin, and instead surrender more to the will of heaven. But that's sometimes very, very hard to do. So the best way is to do it by invocation. And then just allow that to come to you. And then it can be very healing. It can be very serene. When you realize, like, oh, I have reached that point where everything is exactly as it should be. Where everything's balanced out. Okay? What is yours has come to you. What is no longer yours has gone away. And then you are brought into a moment of balance. And then you can recalibrate and go from there. So Robin, because you said you're a Scorpio season person, we've just come out of the full moon. Okay, so it might have been quite a high pressure full moon for you. Let's think about this reading, how it takes you through the next few weeks to get you set up for the Scorpio new moon, so that by the time you get to the Scorpio new moon, you will be in this kind of state of serene neutrality. I'm not saying bliss. I'm not saying ecstasy or joy. I'm saying complete neutrality, where you have this stark awareness that everything is where it should be. All your debts, all your joys, all your commitments, everything that you deserve, and anything that isn't superfluous, it's gone. Gone, gone, gone. Reduce and simplify. Reduce and simplify. You can do it. You're going to be just fine, okay? Maybe you just needed this little reading from TL just to sort of like give you a jolt. That's all. jolt in the right, like, oh, I see what you're talking about. I hope you see what I'm talking about. I hope you feel what I'm talking about, Robin. I hope it makes sense to you. Karen, you're up. Greetings to New Zealand. Well, let's have a look. I hope you're still here, Karen. I hope you're not driving or doing anything where this reading would get you into trouble. Uh-oh. Well, let's have a look. Hold on a second. Stay right there, Karen. I'll be right back. Oh, I thought I heard. It's going to be your dinner time very soon. You're going to get your dinner soon. Let's go on camera. Come on. Hey, everybody. Bubba's here. I gotta say, hey, Bubba, come here. Come here, Bubba. Come here. Don't worry. Don't you worry. You're gonna get your dinner soon. Bubba's here. It's Bubba's dinner time. Here's Bubba. Here's little Bubba. Here's Bubba. He wants his dinner. Oh boy. Little Bubba. Okay. I'll come and get your dinner soon. Alright. Come on. Shoot. It's funny. He always seems to know when we're doing a show. But it's really probably not that psychic. It's more just the fact that it's his dinner time. Anyway. Yeah. That's little Bubba. There's two other cats here too. There's Bonnie and then there's Boo Boo. Each of them are very different. Bonnie is basically like a runway model. Jet black. Very, very fluffy. Very sensitive. Boo Boo is like a sumo wrestler. But they're all very, very sweet and charming in their own way. I'm probably going to have to make a video just about the cats at some point. There you go. Anyway, Karen, I hope you're here. Let's have a look. Hi, Gabby. I see you. Hey, Bubba. Bubba is very expressive. His face is very expressive. He can express things like fear, curiosity. I wonder if I can do it. It's probably better if I like little Bubba has expressions. Sometimes he's like this, like, or like, huh, or huh, or sometimes he's like, ooh, or sometimes he's like, it's just a mixed up thing. You know how, anyway, sorry, I got all distracted there. All right, let's have a look. So Karen, I don't know if you're still there, but I hope so. If you're not, if you had to go off and do some chores and you're driving somewhere or off to work or taking care of business, family, or whatever it is, you'll still get your reading, okay? You've been here before quite a few times, so well, you know the drill, you know the routine, so we'll just do it. Okay? I want to get a nice pristine deck for you. All right, let's have a look. Hey, BU, I saw your notes there about Reiki. So you're obviously deeply aware of remote healing and energy healing. Here we go. All right, let's see what's going on, Karen. Everybody needs to know Karen Clark is down there in sunny New Zealand. It's coming into their springtime right now, and soon they will be in summer. Karen is right over here. You see, there's the two islands. There's the South Island. There's the North Island. She's over there at the little tip of my finger in the North Island. Right there. So everything's upside down in New Zealand. We're coming into winter. They're coming into summer. So there we go. I think Karen's gone to sleep. I think Karen had to go out or something. I'm going to shuffle a little bit more. Oh, I was going to say, Karen is very enterprising. I actually don't have it with me right now. I don't have it all set up or lined up right now. But Karen is an artisan, and she has a business down there in New Zealand. And I can't remember the name of the town. It's right on the ocean. And it's very much about honoring the natural crafts of her region, the region of where she is. What is it called? Like artisanal work, artisanal crafts, native crafts and everything. I think it's like sculpting and fabrics and things like that. I can't remember, but that's kind of her world. Okay. Okay, so here we go. All right, Karen, let's have a look, see what the story is for you. All right, this is good. We're good to go. Cards are nicely shuffled. I remember from some other readings we've had, Karen, that you tend to be very, very naturally very female, in that you're very like giving towards your significant others, and so on, in the traditional way, and yet at the same time you're a businesswoman, the boss and in charge, and they're kind of these two contradictory energies, but they're happening both simultaneously inside of you. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle that. Now, one of the things, Karen, if you're one of these people who happens to be sort of, let's say, competent, capable, strong, what can happen is you can attract people who naturally, sometimes take advantage of that, and then I guess a lot of it is because of culture and rules and upbringing, which makes it very difficult to get out of these stereotype behaviors and patterns in life. And so I have a feeling you're aware of that already, Karen, but I also know that you are aware enough of it that you don't let it completely control your life, and you have managed to become a woman of substance. Now, I've got the King of Pentacles here. So what I'm sensing is that if you are not already, let's say, fully in charge of your business and your finances and your career and the thing that I mentioned before the reading, artisanship, all of that stuff, this is a really good time for you to, let's say, take advantage of your circumstances, take advantage of your situation, so that, like, anything and everything that might I don't want to put a kind of a cast a shadow on this energy, but anything and everything that is not good for business needs to go. Anything and everything that's good for business needs to be brought further and further under your control. And also, this is a reminder that you need to stay on top of things. Even though you're the woman, like it or not, you are a woman of substance, and so there's a certain burden that goes with being, let's say, a business leader or someone in the community who has all the characteristics of a business person. Like people who start companies, people who are presidents or upper level management of companies and so on. As you've probably figured out, there's only a few of them in terms of the global population. Most people, you could say, are kind of out there in the world of, let's say, work or employment or employees, and there's only like 1/10 of the people who are in managerial or executive positions of power and control, and out of those 1/10, there's only 1/10 of those who are in positions of, let's say, presidency or leadership or full integrity, full sovereign self. So to me, this is an energy of sovereign self that needs to be identified and recognized, and you need to adhere to it. In other words, in any way that you're, let's say, dumbing yourself down in order to accommodate everyone and anyone else in your life, in your world, that's very kind and that's very nice of you. But I think the message here is that you need to stay on top of things. You need to continue to be the boss and continue to manifest your natural skills and talents for leadership in business and finance in such a way that this is really important. It has to be done, okay? All right, what's the situation itself? Okay, so it feels to me like there's something kind of at odds here, where there's this part of you like, why couldn't life be so much simpler? Why couldn't I just be a girl and do girl things, and I'm taken care of, and I can operate from a position of sweetness and innocence, and I don't have to grow up, and I don't have to do all this. I don't have to be the boss. I don't have to be the breadwinner. I don't have to be the executive. I don't have to be the person of responsibility, career, stability in my life, in my world. Because deep down inside, I am sweet. I am innocent. And that's what it feels like to me here, Karen. Like, I am sweet, I am innocent, and like, am I ever going to have a chance to live that side of my life? Am I always going to have to carry these burdens of responsibility and be the boss and be in charge, when sometimes I wish I could just be, have a much simpler life, much simpler life, and kind of revert back to the innocence of childhood. What are the challenges here? Okay, it looks to me like there's some kind, with the tower, it's like some kind of cataclysmic, monumental shifts. You might be, because this is in a position of challenge, it might be that what you're trying to do is maintain stability, strength, structure, order, wealth, abundance in your life, in your world, not only for yourself, but for your kingdom, your world, your people. And yet at the same time, you're aware that it's starting to crack. There are things that are showing signs that they're falling apart. Now, I'm not saying that's a fact, because this is fear. And you might be frightened that things are falling apart. You might be frightened that you can't cope anymore. You might be frightened that other people can't cope anymore. You might be frightened that your whole world, your whole business, everything is falling apart, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. And that's like, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. And that's the fear of that. So if there is some kind of inevitability in your world right now, Karen, where it's very evident that things are kind of falling apart and you're scared of that, that's perfectly natural. In some ways, with the tower, the best thing to do is just stand back and let things fall apart. But that's very scary too, especially if you have a lot of things that are dependent on the existing structures in your life, in your world. And then the whole concept of letting it fall apart, oh my God, that's terrifying, that's unacceptable. That's just, I don't know how I would cope. I don't know how anyone else would cope. Maybe the business shows signs of collapsing. Maybe the family is showing signs of collapsing. Maybe you're showing signs of collapsing under the pressure and the weight of all this responsibility. I don't know. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Give me a second. How are we going to deal with this? Give me a second, okay, Karen? All right. Okay, so I got the Five of Pentacles here. So, in terms of dealing with situation, it's probably, to me this looks like it's a good idea to face facts, face reality. Like if, for example, family life is imploding, business life is imploding, career or work is imploding, no matter your best efforts, and no matter your skills, your talents, and you're realizing like there's only so much I can do. I've already done my best. I don't know where I screwed up, how I went wrong, or why things are going wrong. You're still okay, Karen. You're still fine. So the way to handle it is like, if there are really, truly are like these irreversible, irreconcilable implosions, whether it's just one sudden implosion or whether it is like a slow motion demolition of a skyscraper type of implosion. Either way, the best way to handle it is to, let's say, embrace it. So with the Five of Pentacles, if you're feeling like the energy of separation, the energy of loss, and like, where did I screw up in relationships, in decisions, in partnerships, in agreements? How did I get to a situation where I might have to face and deal with certain restrictions and losses? The best way to handle it is to acknowledge it and realize, okay, well, SHIT happens now and again, so what do? It's almost like the best thing to do is to embrace it, to accept it, and like understand it's part of a life journey. I'm not saying you're going to be completely financially crippled or crippled in relationships or family or physically or health-wise or anything. All I'm suggesting with the Five of Pentacles is to understand that things happen for a reason. We make decisions in life, perhaps over an extended period of life, where we make the wrong decisions to be with the wrong people at the wrong time for the wrong reasons. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that sometimes that happens. It happens to everybody at some point in life. It's not the end of the world, but it can lead to a sense of impoverishment, a sense of loss of love, loss of relationship, loss of abundance in some way, shape, or form. And to pretend it's not happening would be foolish. So, I'm not saying it's the end of the world. The best thing to do here with the Five of Pentacles is to look at things in a very, very pure, simple, stark, materialistic, physical kind of way. Like, check your bank account, check your finances, check your business relationships, check your agreements with, mortgages, credit cards, debit cards. Do you have joint bank accounts? Are there outstanding loans? Are you owed money? Do you owe money? Are you carrying someone else's financial burdens for them? Things like that. All of that has to be acknowledged and taken care of, so that you're not a victim. You just deal with it in reality, just like you would do with a business. Like if a business is having a hard time, you deal with it. You don't pretend it's not happening, you just deal with it, okay? What was that necessary truth? God only gives you what you can handle, love. No more, okay? He doesn't make mistakes. If he gave it to you, it's because he knows you can handle it. So, yeah, Karen, you can handle it. If this relates to an uncomfortable situation for you, then, like Nikki's saying over here with Necessary Truth, you can handle it. The way to handle it is to deal with it in very, very methodical, realistic ways. Accept and understand that you are innocent. To some degree, we are all innocent at some level, okay? So you're just literally doing the best you can, okay? And that is all anybody could do. And so, rather than shaming and blaming, rather than feeling like you have to save the day or try and be the breadwinner for everybody and make everything good and whole, it might be better to just let things, if they're going to fall apart, let them fall apart, and then deal with the aftermath in a very methodical, practical way. Like, okay, well, what are we going to do now? Okay? What now? What now? What now? What now? Okay? Like, very, very simple. Mona is here. Good morning, Mona. Hey, everybody. Mona just woke up. It's very early. Mona's over here in Norway. Look at that. Good morning. By the way, BU, just in case you didn't know, Mona has a husband who is an energy healer as well. Okay? So if you guys want to connect and interact, go to terraillumination.com and get in touch with me. I'll hook you guys up, okay? Karen, I hope this helps you. Messages from your guides. Let's just say Terra Illumination is I'm doing the best I can to interpret messages as though your guides are speaking through me right now, as though I'm an instrument of the healing power of love. I'm simply a conduit. So I might be delivering messages that you're perfectly well aware of already, but you just needed to hear it from a third party. In other words, Terra Illumination. Or you might be receiving messages that secretly you knew were there, but you were not ready, willing, or able to acknowledge it, but you needed to hear the message anyway. And it's probably better if it comes from someone like Terra Illumination, where you can just say, oh well, it was just a tarot reading. And so it makes it easier to understand the message, because it might not be a comfortable message that you needed to hear here, but you needed to hear it anyway. Okay? So I hope that helps you, Karen. God bless you, okay? Please write back to me. You know how to do that. You've got the Terra Illumination email. Write back to me. Tell me how you are. Tell me how you're doing. Tell me if this reading makes any sense for you, and we'll go from there, okay? Thank you, Karen. All right, let's go over here. So we're going to wrap it up now. It's the end of the show. It is a show. I mean, this is, like they say, for entertainment purposes only. I like to feel I'm doing a service, a live service with real people in real time. And I love doing this. I wish I could do it more. I've thought about it. I don't know what if let's not go there. Sorry. Shh. I wish you all the best. We're coming out of the full moon. Take this time over the next 2 weeks to absorb, to integrate, and to evaluate things, and to align yourself, get yourself prepared for the Scorpio new moon in about 2 weeks from now. Hopefully we'll meet again next week around this time, and we'll kind of go from there, but I'm already projecting another 2 weeks ahead, okay? It's been wonderful. I'm going to say bye-bye now. I have to go take care of little Bubba. And I'm going to have I'm going to have an hour to myself this evening where I'm just going to chillax. I'm going to go hang out with Love Triber. I'm going to, have conversations and have beverages and maybe some snacks. Yay! Because that's where I am. This is where the action is, baby. Vegas, yeah. Anyway, thank you, Gabby. I really like Gabby. I really like the little one-liners that you put in, like really like, ding, spot on, bullseyes. Thank you, BU. Thank you for letting us know that you are a healer. Thank you. Hello, Looky Lou. Hello, Fritaly. I only just saw your name. Hello, Fritaly. You're just arriving just as I'm leaving. If you've been here for a while already, I'm sorry I didn't see it on the chat. Everyone else, I don't know who else is here, but let me just have a look. Okay, we got a few folks. Let's have a look. There's Gabby Girl, yeah. Fritaly, BU, Mona, Necessary Truth. There's Looky Lou. That's it. There's only a few left. So if there's anyone out there who's just watching for fun, you're just reading this, doing this for popcorn entertainment, you're going like, well, that was weird, man. Tarot readings, wow. These guys are freaks. Wow. Weird. Okay. Where's the Astrodoodles? Yeah, I know. Anyway, I think I'm going to play a little bit of music and then depart gracefully. Just move away gently, gracefully. I'm going to play a song called Waiting. The actual chorus line is, I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Okay? I read something like I read a little Zen message the other day from somewhere. I don't know where it came from, but I remember it, and it said, there's the art of patience, which is like the art of waiting. Waiting for a lot of people is typically very painful, very uncomfortable. Waiting implies that you just have to sit around until a certain outcome or a certain amount of information comes to you. Sometimes you have to wait for, minutes, days, weeks, months, years to get what you're waiting for. And so what this little, I don't know if it was a person or like a bumper sticker or something, I don't know what it was, but they said the true art of waiting is being able to enjoy the time while you're waiting. So you don't sit there going like, when am I going to get my ... When is so and so thing going to happen? The best thing to do is like be happy while you're waiting. Well, if you're going to wait, go get a cup of coffee at the blah blah thing, or read a book, or do something fun and silly. Even though you'd rather have what you're waiting for. So that's what I'm going to talk about with this little song, okay? It's called Waiting. I suffer from this a lot. So that's why I have to play this song to myself sometimes, okay? So I'm hoping it helps all of you. It goes like this. Do 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 I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. I gotta tune in to what the angels say. I listen for the good news coming my way. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Do 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 Walking in circles, feeding all the birds, climbing up a mountain, looking around. Yeah, yeah, smelling all the flowers, staring at the moon. I listen to the waves come crashing down, down. Oh, oh, I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. I gotta tune in to what the angels say. I listen for the good news coming my way. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today.
smelling all the flowers, staring at the moon. Listen to the waves come crashing down, down. Walking in circles, feeding all the birds. Climbing up a mountain, looking around. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Gotta tune in to what the angels say. Waiting on the good news coming my way. Hey, hey. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Do, 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 do. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. I gotta tune in to what the angels say. I listen for the good news coming my way. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today.
What? Wow. Wow, I've never done that before. Huh. Thank you, Necessary Truths, for the reminder. Okay, now I really am going to go. Okay? Really going to go this time now. Okay? So enjoy yourselves, everybody. Have a super time. Vote if you're in America. If you're American. Everyone in the rest of the world, I wish you all the best. I don't know what's going to happen.